the well outside the outside edge. Dale, prior to this, over 12 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 30, so pretty economical, going at 2.5 and over. Still the 2 slips and a gully in for Waite, who's on 42 now, made from 63 deliveries. Yeah, something that wow, so much time lost out of the game now, losing the whole of yesterday, as Dale is just cut into the ground. I think they're far finer than the intended there did Waite, as the ball went behind the stumps, and there's no run. With the 3 seamers, and doubt very much that spinners are going to get anything out of this pitch, that yeah, they'd want to make a declaration, you would feel, wouldn't they, Gloucestershire, having lost the first couple of games to get a result here, but he's got to be mindful he's only got the 3 seamers.
Yeah, I think, like you said, that the shortened game probably helps a lot in that regard. They've already had an entire day off yesterday.
Next delivery's driven nicely through extra cover by Waite. We may get the first boundary of the day. No, we won't, because it holds up again just at the edge of the boundary. Fielded there.
It's Graham van Buren.
Buren. And they're through for 2.
This is what was happening on day 1. The ball just stopping dead before the boundary rope, even off well-timed shots. It got better as the day went on, but if this weather continues and we don't get much or any sunshine, could continue throughout the day and make scoring quite difficult.
Waite's next delivery's edged it, and he's gone well caught by a diving slip, and that's the first breakthrough of the day. It's a 4th wicket for Dale, and it's Ollie Price that went down very quickly and low and took a very good catch there, and Worcestershire lose their 8th wicket. They're 132 for 8 now. Waite gone for 44, and well, the deficit now is down to 101, but that's a big wicket for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it's the one they would have been after. If he'd offered them the first wicket of the day, it would certainly have said, we're looking for Matthew Waite. He was looking really quite untroubled, and even yesterday, I keep saying yesterday, it's almost as if yesterday didn't exist. 2 days ago, on day 1, when he came out to face the 4th ball of Tom Price, I mean, you know what I mean, the ball after Tom Price's hat-trick, the 4-in-4 ball, as it were. He looked calm, comfortable, composed, and didn't look in much difficulty this morning until that one, and there was just a question of whether that ball was going to carry. I must say, off his bat, I didn't think that it was, and I think it's quite difficult for the slip cordon and for the keeper to know exactly where to stand, because at the same time you see the odd ball, and it's more than the odd ball actually, there are several balls which are flying through at sort of shoulder height, but Dale especially has managed to get the ball actually to stay down a bit, which is how he got the LBWs of both Libby and Cox. And he is quite skiddy. He's a tall man, is Dale, but in his action, he actually isn't as tall as his height would kind of lead you to believe he might be. But what he can do is get the ball to kind of skid through, and I think possibly there, another example of that, and almost that edge not carrying. And Waite, I think he tried to play it with quite soft hands. He just couldn't quite keep them soft enough that it bounced in front of Ollie Price.
Yeah, I hesitated because I thought it had dropped just short, but no doubt about it, as far as the players out there are concerned, as the first delivery to Gibbon is played defensively into the offside and there's no run, so it was a very good catch in the end, and Waite just spun round and was on his way. So 42 for 44 for it's gone down as for Waite, 44 from 66 deliveries with 5 fours, added 17 with Tong for that 8th wicket. That's a big blow for Worcestershire, because it does open the game up. If Gloucestershire can have a lead of around about 100, 80 to 100, then they can push on in the afternoon session, as the next delivery is outside the off stump and Gibbon has the bat holds the bat high above his head, allows it to go through to Bracey. So the end of a successful over there for Gloucestershire and for Dale. Worcestershire at the end of it are 132 for 8 with Tongue on 7. He'll have strike at the start of the new over. Gibbon yet to score.
So at the moment, Dale on for a career first-class best bowling analysis. Previous best took a forfeit against Yorkshire in the first home game of last season, and 4 for 30 substantially, or 4 for 32 it is now, 4 for 32 substantially lower in terms of runs conceded. But he'll be hunting the fifer, as indeed is Tom Price running in now to bowl, and that's whipped away, or attempted to be whipped away by Tongue, and it loops up into the air, drops well short of Zaffer out at mid-wicket. It was a strangled shout, didn't really seem to be too much going for it. Looked to be potentially high and leg side-ish, but it wasn't looking just to knock that one into the onside for a single. There was Josh Tongue.
No, he was looking. There was a big gap, wasn't there? Zaffer was in. It's got a shortish mid-wicket, and now he's just been pushed back onto the boundary after that attempted lofted drive there.
He was aiming for the scoreboard, I think. In comes Tom Price, bowls now, and that's flicked away out towards that fielder at deep square. So, having pushed him back, Josh Tongue then content just to take that single and move on to 8, and it's 133 for 8. Worcestershire's deficit is 98 runs, so they've at least got it down below the 3-figure mark, but be looking to make substantially further inroads than that. Ben Gibbon in his 10th first-class match, average of tick over 11, high score 30, but especially with a young player, as he faces up now to Tom Price for defence, just about manages to beat the dive of Gully, and they will get a single, so Gibbon off the mark. First ball, 134 for 8. I'm always especially wary with kind of number 10, number 11, if they're early on in their career. You look at the first class numbers, and it's a small sample size. Often somebody's just making their way with the bat in the first class game, and very often the ability with the bat doesn't translate just into the pure numbers. Price into bowl, and attempted on punch from Tongue will find the fielder at mid-on for no run.
Yeah, they've scored poorly in this innings, Worcestershire, but there's no rabbits in this side. They can bat all the way down. I like to see Gibbon playing. He's living the dream. You know, he's new to the professional game and been working on building sites and got a new contract, and you know, he appreciates being out there and you know, having a life as a first-class cricketer.
Price is in, and another attempted whip over the leg side from Tongue. He misses it. There was a rather unconvincing shout for LBW again, with the ball cannoning out into the offside. There's no run. But he is exactly the sort of cricketer that potentially, the first-class system had been letting down a bit, in terms of he's got a real point of difference from what I've seen him. It's the first time I saw him bowl live. I'd seen a bit of him, you know, on social media, etc. But first chance I actually had to watch him live in the first innings, and potentially I can sort of see how counties in the past, we'll come to that, back to that in a moment, as an attempted back foot drive is made by Tongue there, and he's missed it. So Tom Price passes the outside edge, but no wicket, and the end of the over. 134 for 8 remains the Worcestershire score. In some ways, in the past, I think there was a sense of just kind of going with the safer option from counties. I'm not saying that was the case specifically here or anywhere else. I just get the feeling that the game was letting down those sorts of players who had a point of difference, but maybe might not always be the most accurate, for example, and it was just tempting to go with the right arm, fast medium option. They could just land it on a length and keep the scoring rate down. Now that mentality seems to be changing. I think Dale is another example.
And he's bowling now to Gibbon. He drives defensively into the offside to backward point, and there's no run. Just give you some scores from around the country in Division 1. Day 3 here, Kent versus Essex, but Essex still in their first innings, 422 for 4. Middlesex against Nottinghamshire, not 364 all out. Middlesex in reply 157 for 5, and Northamptonshire 149 all out. Hampshire 482 for 8. Declares Northamptonshire in their second innings 7 for 1, so still trailing by 326. As Dale is in again, as Sun tries to break through, bowls a bouncer that Gibbon lets go through to wicketkeeper Bracey. Somerset 441 all out. Lancashire 413 for 2, so only trailing by 28 with 8 wickets remaining. Into Division 2, Durham 471 for 9 declared. Durham in reply are 4 for 1. And Sussex in their second innings are 7 without loss. Yorkshire 298 all out. Sussex in their first innings 361 all out. So Sussex leading by 70. Here Dale bowls and driven nicely defensively into the offside again, up to wideish mid-off by Gibbon, and there's no run.
That must have been quite a substantial last wicket partnership for Yorkshire, because they were even short of that first batting point this morning. Just having a look now, Ben Cove 45 off 32 balls with 2 4s and 5 6s. Goodness, he's having a game because he took a 5-er in Sussex's first innings.
There's a few players around that might be looking at the lottery tonight, as Gibbon drives back to the bowler and no run, but feel that their luck might be in at the moment. One of them being here.
Keaton Jennings approaching a double century against Somerset, and I think I'm right in saying he scored a 100 against them last year. So I suppose Gloucestershire supporters will be thinking, well, any enemy of yours is a friend of mine when it comes to Keaton Jennings.
Dale 4 for 32 is on his way again as the Sun tries to break through. This is attempted to be turned on the leg side. The ball was going down leg and just tried to just flick it away down there, did Gibbon, but nothing on it, and Bracey had a bit of ground to make up away to his left to get there and take the ball comfortably in the end. Good footwork by the Gloucestershire wicketkeeper.
Be quite a lot of eyes on Cardiff at the moment, because Marnus Labuschagne has come to the middle after Eddie Byron was out for a golden duck, so we'll see how Mr. Labuschagne gets on in his first innings on English soil for the season.
3 slips and a gully in for Gibbon, right-handed. Dale bowls outside the off stump, and comfortable one for Gibbon there. Gets a big stride in and let the ball pass through to Bracey. No run. End of the over. The scoreboard on the 7th side of the ground just struggling a little bit with its setup, because you can see 134 4, but now it just flicks across and you can see that it's 8 with Tongue on 8, Gibbon on 1, and the one man out so far today, Matthew Waite, who has caught Ollie Price off the bowling of Dale for 44 with the score on 132.
Should also say it's the first day of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy season as well, and Western Storm not on yet up at Headingley. Northern Diamonds are their opposition, defending champions. In comes Tom Price, starts a new over, bowling to Tongue, who drives away up towards wide mid-off and won't pick up a run. You can listen to Southern Vipers against Sunrisers on the BBC Sport website and app, if you so choose. That is available, as well as indeed is every ball of every men's county match this season. So Tom Price searching for his first of the morning. 3 slips, no gully. He's in now and bowls to Tongue, and Tongue is defending away robustly into the offside again towards Marcus Harris. There's no run. So speaking of Ashes type stuff, going back to the Labuschagne mention, Marcus Harris a member of that 17-man party that Australia have announced for both the World Test Championship final and the Ashes. Break off as we've got an update.
Price is on his way again. No run. Well, Worcestershire have lost their first wicket of the day. Matthew Waite, 44 he'd made when got a delivery from Dale that he just fenced at, and it was an excellent catch at a slip by Ollie Price, very low down. Looked as though the ball might have dropped short of him on its way down, but he got down very quickly and very low. Took an excellent catch to get rid of Waite when he was on 44. As I say, the score was on 132 at that stage. And Ben Gibbon has come out to join Josh Tongue. Gibbon 1 to his name. Tongue is on 8. Worcestershire at the moment 134 for 8. So they're trailing by 97 on first innings.
And a no ball there from Tom Price, which has been a little bit of a problem. The ball was driven up to mid-off for no run. Bowled a few at Cardiff, and this is second, I think, in this innings. Yep. But it's just the odd one or two knocking about in Tom Price's bowling. Here he comes from the Diglis end, bowling now to Tongue, and Tongue is beaten by a good delivery from Tom Price round about that line and length that he got bowling his hat-trick on day one, but Tongue this time not going hard at it with the hands, just keeping the bat roughly down the line of the stumps and not getting the outside edge to it. So I was talking about Marcus Harris before the update, and the fact that he's a member of that touring party, although of course he's already here, but you know what I mean. He also got a Cricket Australia contract as Tongue drives away towards point and won't get a run there. So it's obviously a big thing from Harris's perspective, because there were, I suppose, probably some doubts as to whether Harris would be chosen to be effectively the next cab off the rank as far as Australian openers go beyond David Warner. And Matt Renshaw is also in that Ashes squad, but Renshaw had been batting in the middle order the last time he played internationally. So personally, for Marcus Harris, he's had a massive show of faith in him from the selectors, as that's driven aerially and maybe just short of cover. I think just about parrying it there was Marcus Harris. It was going to be an incredibly difficult catch anyway, because he was going to be going at it left-handed, and although he bats left-handed, he is naturally right-handed, so going at it with his wrong hand, and I think just kind of even parried rather than trapped, but it was an uppish drive from Tongue. Couldn't quite get on top of it.
I think in fairness to the fielder, he saved 4 runs there. I think that would have, if that had got through, and that would have reached the boundary even on this outfield, because he fairly middled that one.
So were it not for the no ball, that would have been Tom Price's first maiden over, but ifs, buts, maybes.
So new over, and it's Ajit Singh Dale to continue from the New Road end. It is brightening up here at New Road. Very dismal day, or morning, as first delivery of the over to Gibbon. Sees the right-hander just pushing out into the offside, and there's no run.
One other thing about that Ashes squad that did surprise me slightly was no Michael Neser, given the fact that he's in the country already. He's a terrific bowler for English conditions, and he can also help to balance the side in terms of adding ability with the bat, but they've decided to go with more the sort of batting all-round option with Mitch Marsh, but he's had a few injury issues of late as Mitch Marsh, so I was a bit surprised about that decision, I suppose.
Gibbon to next delivery. It's an inside edge, and we'll pick up a single to square leg. I think the thing about it is if they're over here, they can quickly come into the squad if needs be. And they've only named the squad for the game against India in the first 2 tests, isn't it? So they can change things around. And I think one question mark in that will be Warner.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And
if he doesn't perform, I would imagine that's a change that could be made, by the 3rd test.
And I've seen, I think it was Mark Taylor who's already said that in his opinion, Warner's got 2 tests basically, and if he doesn't score, then that'll be it.
Tongue on strike, plays inside the line for quick delivery outside the off stump. Again, good carry through to the wicket keeper.
Just seen, by the way, that Keaton Jennings has gone off, retired, hurt on 189.
All right. So
perhaps the double century is not on then, or whether he's going to come back later, I don't know. But if I can check the live text service to see what happened there. That's obviously upsetting news.
Still 3 slips in and a gully as Tongue drives the next delivery, doesn't middle it, drives to mid-on where it's fielded by De Lange. They've kept things pretty tight, the 2 opening bowlers this morning. Looked as though in the first over or so that Worcestershire got the scoreboard ticking over, but certainly since Waite's gone, they've managed to really put the shackles on. Just some sawdust going down on the run-ups, which is not surprising. Those are the 2 areas that were causing concern to the umpires earlier on this morning, and a fair bit of sawdust going down now.
Yes, they had the sort of the grill out, as it were, those sort of heater things on both ends, and they had that on this end pretty much until the start. It was only removed about 5 minutes before the start, trying to get as much moisture out of it as possible.
Dale bowls. Again, good delivery that's outside the off stump, and Tongue thought about playing at that one. He may well have done. It's difficult to see from the angle we're at, so we're not directly behind the bowler's arm today, and useful that the sawdust is its natural colour. You can see where it's gone down, whereas at Derby the other week they were using green sawdust.
Green sawdust?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So as they were putting it down, it was well camouflaged. But they put it down in about four different areas on the run-up. As Tongue drives his next delivery nicely, will pick up runs, probably a couple. Again, it won't get to the boundary. Just stopped, didn't it, in the outfield there. It was running along quite nicely, and then must have hit a wet patch and just came to a halt, didn't it?
That's even worse than day one. That was crisply timed by Tongue, and late on day one that would have been 4 comfortably, but it was stopping, say a few metres short of the boundary at the start of day one, but that barely made it, 40 yards?
Yeah.
And I don't think he could time it too much better than that whilst hitting it along the ground. So yeah,
it just suddenly stopped, didn't it? I mean, it didn't come to a gradual stop. It just stopped. End of the over, 139 for 8.
Yeah. Well, certainly not going to get value for your shots this morning. And it's going to be another thing which Gloucestershire are going to have to contend with if they can wrap up this innings speedily. If they're going to try and score quickly to build a lead, then they're probably going to have to go about it with actually hitting the ball in the air. Price is in and bowls, and Gibbon's going to get runs here, at least a couple as it's running down towards the 3rd man boundary. Might be 3 if they take on the arm of Zafagoha, which they do. It's not a bad throw, but 3 runs was always potentially on, and they ran that first one and that second one hard enough that they could come through. So Gibbon is up to 5, 142 for 8, and Worcestershire's deficit is now 89. And really any over that can be faced now is another over that they don't have potentially to face in their second innings. Never mind just the fact that it gets the deficit down and keeps a Worcestershire victory alive. Price into bowl, driven away by Tongue, out towards a fairly deep set backward point. Zafar Gohar wasn't on the boundary, but sort of on the edge of the wide square, and Tongue gets a single, moves to 11, 143 for 8. So continuing to, I say continuing to, actually they had a bit of a strangle on the scoring rate in the last couple of overs, Gloucestershire, but just beginning to find their scoring touch now, these two, as Price bowls, and that ball did look as if it didn't get up masses. Gibbon, being a tall man and a lower order player, potentially might have made it look like it stayed down a bit more than it did, but I suspect it didn't bounce as much as some others that we've been seeing. We've seen an awful lot of batters on both sides going down and tapping furiously away at a spot that the ball has landed throughout this match. Price approaches now and bowls, and Gibbon has gone forward searching for that delivery, but has his outside edge passed by it, and it goes through to James Bracey.
Got a bit of a discrepancy on the computer and the scoreboard, because the scoreboard is saying Tongue 11, Gibbon 5, yet the computer, they've just changed it.
Yeah, I think the scoreboard got it right. Initially, they had that first ball of the over as a 2 rather, but it was definitely a 3. Price in off his angled run now, bowls, and on the back foot is Gibbon, and get a run out towards Zafar Gohar. He's been a busy man this morning with his duties in the field, and had a few overs to bowl on the evening of day one and kept it very tight. Just 14 runs conceded from 11 overs. Not much there as far as turn or anything, but he was really accurate and took advantage, I think, of a Worcestershire side that was just really determined not to lose another wicket against him. It just couldn't take him on. Price bowls, inadvertent leave play mixture of the two from Gibbon. The ball drops down towards the keeper. Didn't want to play a shot at it, but ended up putting the bat on the ball. He survives, and that is the end of the over. Price 14 overs, 4 for 50. Dale 4 for 35. No bowling changes yet, but I'd have to imagine that Marchand de Lange will be warming up relatively soon, and who knows, maybe we will actually see a bit of Zafar actually before lunch, with still a little way to go until 10 past 1. I might almost have to bowl a couple of overs of Zafar, and against the lower order might not necessarily be a bad idea. Try and get them to take him on.
Dale to continue from the New Road end, bowling to Josh Tongue. Drives straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there's no run. We've got sun reflecting for the first time over on the cars and the marquee.
It's too bright, we'll have to go off.
Yeah. I was saying at Derbyshire, the first game of the season, actually, be interesting to see what happens here. Is there's almost a captain's handbook where it's obligatory that you have to, when you sign up to be captain, you have to put a spinner on for the last over before lunch.
Quite.
And we'll see whether they do that today. Dale bowls, Tongue, and beaten that occasion outside the off stump. Couldn't have been too close to it because there were no arms being thrown in the air or cries. But I think he definitely played at that one.
Actually, you reminded me, speaking of Derby, I haven't actually been to Derby since they rotated the square. The last time I went there, it was for I can't even remember who would have been sponsoring it at the time. I think it was a 40 over match, and they genuinely did have to go off because of the sun. Duckworth Lewis being employed on a beautiful summer's evening. Thank goodness they've now rotated the square, and that's not a problem.
The only problem there is he's bowled him, knocked the stump clean out of the ground, and that's the 5th wicket for Dale. Excellent delivery there. The stump is fully 10-15 yards from the others. It's actually been speared into the ground as well, like a javelin. Yeah, javelin landing. But Gibbon has gone for 5. It's 143 for 9 and a 5th wicket for Ajit Singh Dale.
Yeah, first class 5 for Ajit Singh Dale, and what a way to do it, ripping out off stump, and that went back a distance. I suspect because of the fact it's quite moist under there, the stumps probably weren't in as hard as they would be potentially on another day. But Dale, we were told by members of the Gloucestershire team in the know that Ajit Singh Dale had put on a yard of pace this winter, and if you can send the stump flying back that far, then you're not sending it down at no pace at all. But I'm not sure, you don't see that often, the stump just kind of stick in the ground like that. It really did land like a perfect javelin throw, just nice and kind of flat into the ground. I suppose that's what they say, isn't it, when you throw the javelin, you don't want, obviously you don't want it to land the wrong side up, otherwise it's a foul throw, but you don't want it to land too kind of flat or steep either. You want that was a nice sort of shallowish angle.
That was the perfect trajectory, wasn't it? The way,
and actually, Marchand de Lange would know a thing or two about that, because he was very good at the javelin in his younger days, and I think even in his run-up you can see it a little bit now, just that kind of short, explosive run-up, and then as you do in the javelin, you have to stop quite quickly, and he does do that, does de Lange, so I'm sure he'll have appreciated that flying stump.
Well, it was a very quick delivery, really put something into
sharp
that one.
From here,
yeah, Gibbon was done for pace there without any doubt. As Pennington is the last man out, number 11. It's funny how pads can make people look so different, in that Pennington is one of those, a very tall man, but when he's out there batting doesn't look as tall, whereas it's just it's an illusion, because he is an extremely tall man. He's right-handed, and he's beaten outside the off stump with another quick delivery there first up, and excellent bowling by Dale. 5 for 35 midway through his 16th over.
Dale really felt like a key man to Gloucestershire's hopes this season, because of the fact that he can provide that point of difference, but also Tom Price, even in his young career, has kind of shown that sense of, or that feeling I should say, of reliability in terms of his output. Marchand de Lange, I think you kind of know what you're going to get from him as well, in that sometimes you don't know what you're going to get from him.
Next delivery's down the leg side, and let that pass through. Good take by Bracey, moving to his left. I think what those 2 wickets have done, though, is the game is racing ahead again. So although we lost all of yesterday, here we are at, not at lunch yet on day 3, and the Worcestershire first innings all but ended, and a deficit at the moment of 88. So a long afternoon session that if they can take this last wicket, then they could really make some inroads and possibly have Worcestershire in again by the end of the day, because tomorrow the rain forecast, which they'll have to take into consideration, you'd feel. As Dale is in again, ball that's right up in the block hole that Pennington does well, keeps out and just guides it to backward point. End of the over, successful one for Gloucestershire and for Dale. He's now bowled 16 overs, 3 maidens, taken 5 for 35, and Worcestershire trailing by 88. They're 443 for 9.
Yeah, I mean, prospects tomorrow look, well, mixed at best, and particularly as the day goes on tomorrow, it looks as if it's just going to get more and more likely that we're going to see plenty of rain. Warm applause for Dale walking back to long leg. I suspect quite a few Gloucestershire supporters have made their way, after seeing that the forecast was better and the fact that we were actually going to get some play, have been able to make their way here. No, a lot of Gloucestershire supporters were here on day 1. It's Price to bowl now to Gibbon, who punches away towards backward point, fielded by Harris. No run.
But on the assumption we get most of today's play in, and they manage to score quickly and get Worcestershire in and possibly take a couple of wickets before the close tonight, then even allowing for some rain if it's around tomorrow and they get a reasonable amount of play, gets them in a position to win the game.
Yeah.
Which, as we said, having not got results in the first two, it's something perhaps they may have to risk.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a tricky one to play because of the fact that they had that match completely washed out against Yorkshire. Price bowls, and Gibbon has flirted with a cut shot there, but has not made contact with it, and it goes through to James Bracey. It was exactly the sort of shot that I thought might bring about the demise of Gibbon, but not so this time. Price looking to join Dale on 5 wickets, but effectively that match against Yorkshire was pretty much as good as a loss, with 5 points for a total abandonment. And nowadays, what's 5 points? You take your 9 wickets with the ball and score 300 as it is now, and lose a game. Do that plenty of times and pick up 5 points. Price bowls. That's a lovely looking off drive from Gibbon, and despite the slowness of the outfield, I think this one may just make it, although it limps towards the boundary in its last couple of feet, but maybe just a little bit drier over on that side of the ground. And Ben Gibbon gets deserved 4 runs, because that was a really nice shot. 147 for 9.
52 minutes for the first boundary.
Yeah, I think actually it was very similar on day 1, come to think of it. I think it was at least 45 minutes before the first boundary. There were, I think, at least 2, maybe 3 sets of 3 where the ball had stopped just before the boundary. But this is, I suppose, a day for the purists, as they would say, as Gibbon has run that one off outside edge down into the ground, and it's fielded by Hammond in the gully, and there's no run. So Van Buren and Tom Price will be pleased with the fact that they've managed to, well, they decided, I should say, to put that gully in place, because I've seen a few runs scored this morning through that area. It's as much a run-saving position, with Gibbon looking to open the face like that as it is a catching position. In comes Tom Price and bowls, and that's driven away through the covers this time by Gibbon, slightly over pitched by Tom Price, but that is going to go to the boundary quite comfortably, and that is the 150 up for Worcestershire. 151 for 9. Gibbon on to 13, so he's passed his first class average and has played 2 beautiful drives in this over.
Lovely shot, that one. Well, both nice shots, but that's the shot of the day so far.
And Tom Price is clearly trying to pitch the ball up and get him playing shots, with still, even despite that boundary, an 80-run lead, and wanting to get this wicket as quickly as possible. I think he's entitled to pitch the ball right up and get Gibbon driving, but at the moment he's more than obliging. I say it actually passed his average. With that boundary, his average went up just above 13, so anyway, there we go. He's passed his average at the start of the innings. Anyway, the last ball of Price's 15th over of work for the innings, and he's in now to bowl, and Gibbon has tried to drive that one through the covers, and that one was not as full as the one that he put away, and Price turns in annoyance, because that was exactly what he was bowling for, hoping that Gibbon would get drawn into that drive again. But the only thing that went wrong for him was that Gibbon didn't edge it. Bracey with the take high up again, it carried through nicely off a full length. End of the over with Worcestershire 151 for 9, and it looks as though Dale is going to have another over. Gloucestershire, I suppose, thinking if we push the bowlers now, then they should, hopefully, from their point of view, have a bit of a rest before they've got to come out and bowl again, having had a rest yesterday as well.
Yep. Well, he got 5 to his name, looking for a 6 now. Dale, as Again, outside the off stump, and Pennington just has a little drive at that one. I don't think he, again, anywhere near. Playing too late, I think, there. It was he's getting plenty of pace up from this new road end.
Yeah, I'd dearly love to know what Dale's pace would be in this innings. It really is night and day from Dale's bowling in the first match at Cardiff, and ad nauseum I've been talking about the fact that he could barely bowl off a full run in the pre-season, so it's totally understandable.
Dale is driven on this occasion, and Pennington will pick up his first boundary. A lovely shot through the covers there, all along the ground, over pitched, and just drove through the ball, and just signs that perhaps the outfield is drying out a little bit now, and the two on either side of the wicket, the ball has really raced to the boundary. So 4 more, and of course cutting that deficit as well. Every run is vital for Worcestershire here, because it changes the complexion of the game, doesn't it? If they can make inroads into that, or keep it to a minimum, the Gloucestershire lead, it's more that they have to get in their second innings if they are to set up a target. Pennington on 4 now. Turns is in the air, but it's safe, and we'll pick up another couple through mid-wicket at 2/3 of the way to the boundary. He's on to 6, and the score on to 157 for 9. Bonus points 3 apiece at the moment. As we approach lunch, we've got about 12 minutes to go.
Just another game where no batting points have been achieved. This round, it's been very different. A lot of batting points all around the country, but in the first couple of rounds, so many games where no side managed a batting point.
This is edged and dropped short of Gully. He was playing that quite high. We've got a little bit more bounce, did Dale, in that delivery. And probably soft hands saved him there, I think, Pennington. Is a little bit uncomfortable, as the ball certainly came up at him more than he anticipated.
It's difficult for these tall, fast bowlers to get on top of a rising delivery like that, but he did a really good job of getting on top of it as much as he did to play it into the ground.
Right-hander goes down again. This is down the leg side, and excellent diving stop by Bracey. Thought that might have been on its way down to the boundary for buys, but got across. His footwork is so good, James Bracey.
Yeah, and I think it's improved enormously over the last season and a bit, particularly against the seamers. For my money, having watched James Bracey, his work standing up against the spinners was never in doubt. You think back to his time with England, that the issues actually were almost more standing back rather than standing up. He's got really quick hands standing up to the spinners.
Right, so here's a nice drive from Pennington all along the ground, but straight to a man at mid-off, and there's no run, that man being Van Buren. So the end of the over, 157 for 9 now, Worcestershire in their first innings. The deficit is 74. Pennington is on 6 and Gibbon on 13. The 2 men out today, Waite for 44 and Tong for 11.
But I think, you think back to some of the issues that he had at Lords, especially Lords, a notoriously very difficult place to keep. I can remember, think of several examples of visiting wicketkeepers who've struggled there. I remember Shane Dowrich, when the West Indies came over the time before last, constantly getting wrapped on the fingers. I think he even had to go off, actually, because he'd got so many wraps on the fingers and plenty of buys conceded as well. Cameron Akmal's another one who really struggled coming over from Pakistan on a tour a bit further back. So it's not easy. But when he came back to Gloucestershire as well, after that, particularly at Cheltenham, things were not easy for James Bracey. There'd been a lot going through his head as well. A lot of people kind of really second-guessing his ability as a cricketer even. And having had now a full season really without that kind of spotlight, as Tom Price bowls a bouncer, which is not something he does very often, and it was a slightly strange duck from Gibbon. He sort of put his head down towards his chest, but didn't really incline his legs at all. Took me by surprise, that. But obviously wasn't kind of a pace that Gibbon felt that he really had to make sure that he ducked right down to the ground. Price bowls to Gibbon, forward defence goes back to the bowler, and there's no run. But I think, especially what I've seen of Bracey last season and already this season, I think really those issues are behind him. And like you say, his footwork just, it looks so much more confident. I'm no wicket-keeping expert, of course not, but just from what you can see, Price is into bowl, and a drive from Gibbon, which does just about beat the bowler but won't beat Van Buren at mid-off, and there's no run. And you look at, I'm sure a lot of people would have had a chance to have seen that catch by now. The County Championship posted it themselves on social media, the catch to get rid of Ed Pollock, and the footwork to get across to that ball off an inside edge, being bowled from right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. He would have had no sight of that ball at all until it popped out from behind Pollock. Price is into bowl, and a leave from Gibbon. I think we've seen too many leaves so far this morning, with Worcestershire being made to play by Gloucestershire's young attack, Dale and Tom Price. But yeah, I mean, I can only be full of praise for James Bracey for what he's done with his keeping after what was a really tough couple of months for him a couple of years back. Price bowls now full and straight. Gibbon defends up to mid-off, and there's no run. And you almost think kind of, well, there are so many what-ifs, because he wouldn't have been playing in that Test series had Ben Foakes not slipped over in the dressing room. Apparently he was just wearing socks or something like that and just slipped over, and that's why Bracey got called up into that Test series. Just wonder, well, you know, how different things might have been in different circumstances. Price in now and bowls full and straight's defended firmly back past Price, but again Van Buren can get across from mid-off. Stop the ball. End of the over.
Championship match between Worcestershire and Gloucestershire at New Road.
The throw over at 6 by.
Hereford and Worcester's Chris Williams.
And we're approaching lunch here, about 7 minutes to go. Worcestershire still batting. They're 157 for 9, so they've lost 2 wickets so far in this session. Didn't start until 12 o'clock. Matthew Waite was the first man to go for 44 with the score on 132. Well caught by Price off the bowling of Dale. Price had slipped, going down very low. And the latest man to go, Josh Tongue, got a rapid delivery from Dale that knocked his stump clean out of the ground, and it speared into the ground about 15 yards back like a javelin. He'd gone for 11, and it was 143 for 9. So the 2 men at the wicket at the moment are Pennington, has got a nice boundary to his name. He's on 6. Gibbon is on 13 with a couple of boundaries in there. The deficit is down to 74. Worcestershire 157 for 9. Dale starts a new over and is caught, and that's a 6th wicket for Dale. Pennington out for 6, so Worcestershire all out for 157, 74 behind. The 2 bowlers have taken all 10 wickets between them, with Dale finishing on with 6 for 41 from 17.1 overs, and Price 4 for 58 from his 16. And Worcestershire, well, disappointing effort from them, 157 all out and trailing 74 on first innings.
So a 5th catch for James Bracey in the innings. Been so many memorable things about what cricket we've seen in this match. Only a day plus an hour, but so many extraordinary things from a Gloucestershire point of view. Dale with a 6 for, massively beating his previous career best and showing what tremendous potential he has got. 6 for 41. James Bracey 5 catches, and Tom Price hat-trick and a century. And all this from a position on day 1 where Gloucestershire were 8 for 4 and 45 for 7. It's been a remarkable turnaround from Gloucestershire so far. They'll be hoping that the weather plays ball for the rest of today and tomorrow, that they can force their advantage home. But equally, if Gloucestershire don't bat well, the lead of 74 is obviously very handy, but it's not one from which you could definitely not see Worcestershire coming back in the game from. So they'll be thinking, if they can grab quick wickets post lunch, that they're still in with a shout themselves for sure.
Yep, we shall find out how things progress in what will be a long afternoon session, and so rejoin us then in about 40 minutes or so with the news as we leave you from New Road for lunch, with that Worcestershire have been bowled out for 157, trailing on first innings by 74.
edged it, and I think that must just have dropped short of second slip. Judging by the applause, I don't think that one carried. It looked as if it was more of a clap for a good stop than anything else, but the edge found second ball by Joe Leach, just about getting away with it.
Yeah, it's stung the fingers of Jack Haynes there at second slip.
Actually, looking at a replay, that might have carried. It was tricky because it was down low and to his left-hand side. As forward goes Dent to this next delivery, defends away out into the covers, and there's no run. Just having another look at that. It was one of those where it was just trying to get the fingertips underneath it, I think. Whether it was a definite chance, I have to slow it right down to see, but immediately something happening out there for Joe Leach, who took 4 for in Gloucestershire's first innings. He's there now to bowl to Dent, who's reaching forward. Studious defence out into the covers for no run. Leach claiming the wickets of Harris, Hammond, Ollie Price and Zafar Gohar in that Gloucestershire first innings of 231. It was the one bowler that didn't really receive much tap when the likes of Tom Price especially and De Lange got going in that 9th wicket partnership. So he's there now to bowl. Dent once more on the front foot in defence. Out it rolls into the covers.
Yeah, this is, from a Worcestershire point of view here, they were expensive in the first game of the season, the bowlers, the opening bowlers against Derbyshire, and they can't afford to let Gloucestershire get away here, because that will give them the impetus to set something up and give them an opportunity of a declaration possibly before the end of the day. So it's important that they make them work for the runs.
Last ball then of this opening over. Leach to Dent, gets a lifting delivery which he does not play a shot to, and it goes through to Cox. So tidy start from Leach, maiden over. Gloucestershire lead by 74 runs. There are still 73 overs remaining in the day's play. I'm just noticing it says 72 on the board, so that's another discrepancy which we'll have to sort out, because online systems say 73. Anyway, a lot of overs still to go.
So Ben Gibbon will open the attack from the New Road end. Yeah, so just going back to what I was saying about them needing to at least keep it tight. Obviously they want to make inroads and bowl Gloucestershire out cheaply, but that's the only way you can see Worcestershire, with that 74 run deficit, giving themselves an opportunity is to really run through this Gloucestershire second innings. The pitch was certainly lively in the first hour that we saw today. There was plenty of pace in it. But Marcus Harris, the left-handed Australian, will take the first delivery from Gibbon. The left armour running away from us, wearing 21 as the sun shines. Bowls outside the off stump, and Harris has nothing to do with that. Leaves it and through to Ben Cox, who's the only man we've seen today in a sun hat out there.
Does seem to favour that sun hat.
Yeah, I think when play got underway, it was more woolly hat that was needed rather than sun hat.
You see them nowadays, don't you? Especially in the warm-up games with the bubble hats on in the slipcord. And it does look a bit odd, but obviously it's deemed to be too controversial to wear them in a match.
Gibbon bowls outside off stump again. Maybe a little bit away movement there from the left-hander, but again doesn't play at it. There's a bit of scratching around the crease. There's Harris. So we've got 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a fine leg. It's Gibbon runs away from us and again bowls outside the off stump. That's 3 deliveries so far in the over that Harris hasn't had to play a shot as yet. Just finding the radar. Interesting to see if he's just setting him up here and suddenly gets one to nip back.
Yeah, that seemed to be what, for the most part, he was doing in the first innings as well, just getting that shape away from the left-handers from over the wicket. And Dent would have been disgusted with his shot in the first innings, going for a sort of bizarre late cut.
Next delivery is the first one that Harris has had to play at, but comfortably playing defensively back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Both Dent and Bracey playing shots attempting to score through the offside, and I think that was the difference for the most part between Gloucestershire and Worcestershire's batting performance. Gloucestershire lost most of their wickets trying to play shots, whereas Worcestershire, I think nearly all of them were actually out trying to defend.
Harris leaves the next delivery again. Just has plenty of time there. Too short from Gibbon.
Think back to particularly some of the dismissals later on in Gloucestershire's innings, where it looked as if they pretty much had decided that the only way that they were going to get themselves out of the mess that they were in was to attack, but still lost a few more wickets just in trying to do that. Van Buren with a top edge pull, Jack Taylor out caught mid-off.
Harris drives the next delivery for 4 through extra cover, and although the outfield is slow, the ball just about gets there. In fact, lands on top of the rope, just rolled on top of the rope, and the Gloucestershire second innings is up and running. The last ball of Gibbon's first over pitched outside off stump. Nice drive from Harris. So after 2 overs, Gloucestershire have extended that lead to 78 now. They're 4 without loss.
I don't think I've ever seen that before, the ball actually sitting on top of the rope. I don't think it would have fallen even if Pennington hadn't picked it up.
Yeah.
Extraordinary. I've seen a few bizarre things today. That stump speared into the ground, and now the ball actually sitting on top of the boundary rope. Leach in to Dent. No strike from Chris Dent. Through it goes to Cox. So Leach pounding away that line and length, and looking for the false shot from Chris Dent, who's looking to avoid the pair. Do know about pairs in this part with a different spelling, but Dent and Bracey, as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, are sitting on the pair. As in comes Leach, bowls now to Dent, and he'll get off it with a quick single into the leg side. Gibbon with a left arm throw into the keeper, but was just enough to his left hand side that they could grab that run. So Gloucestershire 5 for no wicket. No signs yet of sort of overt attack from Gloucestershire's openers, and I think to some extent they have to be mindful of the weather, but they can't necessarily just play the weather forecast. It's got to be in their minds, but if they go thinking too much about what might be to come, then they can get themselves into some serious difficulty and actually potentially even, who knows, give Worcestershire a sniff at a chase later on today. Leach is in to bowl to Harris, who's forward in defence, goes out into the covers for no run. And the forecast for tonight is very bad. We're due, by the looks of things, some heavy rain around about 7-ish, so might even curtail the end of play today, given the number of overs we've still got to get in. And then it's really forecast to be heavy rain until the small hours of this morning. So the worry is, from the point of view of play tomorrow, it's Leach bowls now round the wicket to Marcus Harris, and Harris leaves alone through to Cox. The worry, looking at the forecast, is that we get so much rain overnight that there's a delayed start tomorrow, and that looks as if it's going to be the drier, not even necessarily fully dry, part of the day. More heavy rain forecast from the afternoon. So looking at the forecast at the moment, it's still hard to see a result as Leach is into bowl to Harris. Harris is forward, playing it up the pitch for no run.
I meant to say just before lunch, actually, I think because Worcestershire were bowled out, clean forgot, but great credit to the ground staff here, because I know that there were concerns about the run-ups. Well, nobody's slipped over there, and also there's been a few chases in the outfield as well, and nobody's gone over there, slipped over there as well, so they've done really well to get it as dry as they have done.
Last ball of the over. Here's Leach now bowling to Harris, and he drives firmly through wide mid-off. This will test the outfield. Don't know that it's quite going to go. The fielder goes into a slide, manages to pull it back in just before it crosses the rope, and they picked up 3 runs. So Harris will keep the strike for the next over. He's played a couple of nice looking front foot drives to move to 7. Gloucestershire at 8 without loss after 3 overs. And I think we actually, even just on day 1, saw how relatively quickly the outfield did manage to dry, given by the mid-afternoon the ball was actually going across it quite nicely. So you see that the drainage itself isn't an issue at all. It's just purely the amount of water that we've had lately, and it, I'm afraid, does look as though there is going to be a lot of rain overnight.
So 3 overs gone in the second innings. Looked pretty comfortable for the 2 opening batters so far. Gibbon starts a new over, running away from us, and played inside the line there. Did Harris, allowing the ball to go through to Ben Cox. One of those shots where I'm pretty sure he left it, but they kind of go outside and then inside of it. And the bat isn't straight, it's just kind of wafting, but drawn back in and back into his body. I think he had enough time there to make that adjustment.
Yeah, he has sort of 2 different leaves, Harris. He's got that one where he sort of flicks the bat, and then that one there where he sort of leaves it at quite a shallow angle.
Here he gets a little bit square onto that delivery. It was on the stumps from Gibbon, but played it comfortably enough. Seems to have a lot of time, and the pace that we saw from Dale bowling from this new road end, we haven't seen Gibbon able to replicate that. Yeah, it looks quite a difference between the 2 of them. Yeah,
I mean, when you think about the pitches that Marcus Harris has grown up playing on, particularly the Wacker would have been his original home ground. You'd imagine that you'd feel as if you do have more time playing on a pitch, English pitches.
Yeah, here, just playing defensively again, ball on around about leg stump, just plays just off the cut strip, and again no run, 8 without loss it remains. That lead now 82.
Must be a great place to learn how to bat at the Wacker. You've got to be so quick in your decision making. You learn how to play the short ball, which so often people get to even test level and they're found out.
Here again from within the crease, just drops it to D'Oliveira in the offside, no run. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought there's been too many occasions where if you're brought up in Perth that you have conditions like we had this morning where it's cold out there, everything's wet and damp around there.
So they've got the Fremantle Doctor there,
yeah.
It's called, isn't it?
Yeah.
The wind that blows in, but I can't imagine it's quite like a northerly in April.
Well, I wouldn't mind betting that anyone commentating there isn't sat in 2 coats like I am. Gibbon, left arm over, bowls outside the off stump, taken chest high by Ben Cox with Harris not playing at it.
And of course now they've moved to play at Optus Stadium, that huge new stadium in Perth, which brings me neatly along to hopefully a guest in a few minutes' time, where I'm delighted to say should be joined by Big Bash winner and England international David Payne.
Gibbon. Oh, he this time beats Harris. That ball, I think, moved away a little bit because he was looking to work that away on the leg side. And the ball went out past the outside edge and was taken on the up by Ben Cox. So good delivery there by Ben Gibbon. No harm done as far as Gloucestershire concerned. They remain on 8 without loss, with Harris on 7, Dent on 1.
Yeah, that's a beauty from Gibbon, because it was angled in, but it has left Harris, and that move's actually a little bit less. He might even have been bowled. Leach over the wicket to Dent. Dent drops it into the offside towards backward point, and there is no run. He could have had him bowl, could have had him LBW, caught behind. Unfortunately, from Gibbon's point of view, it's just one of those deliveries that ended up being almost too good, drawing Harris into that shot. And it's a horrible feeling, I'm sure, as a batter, when you just know that that ball is going to beat you, and he was so far kind of out in front of himself playing the shot as well. Leach to bowl now to Dent. Dent watches that one go through to the keeper. Another one which just lifts a little bit off, quite full of a length. I still think, especially with the newer, harder ball, it's going to be tough to go out there playing too many shots. You've really got to wait for that ball to be right up to the bat, I think, where there's very little uncertainty as to what the ball's going to do off the pitch. You're trying to play too many other shots, easy to see that going wrong. Leach in, and no stroke again from Dent outside off.
If you notice, you get Leach on his run to the wicket is running through some sawdust that they've put down there, and every time there's a puff of dust that he kicks up just halfway to his halfway up to the stumps. So there's obviously just a little bit of a wet patch still there.
Yes, it's not quite like a sort of a camel charging through the Arabian desert, but it is a slightly amusing sight. In comes Leach now, and bowls. It's cut away by Dent. He's not bothered to keep that down.
And watching this one for BBC Hereford Worcester is Chris Williams.
Well, Gloucestershire started their second innings straight after lunch with a lead of 74. They've extended that by 12. They're 12 without loss now, with Dent on 5, just having clipped Joe Leach away to the backward square boundary. He's on 5, Harris is on 7. There was an early scare for Dent though, when a ball dropping just short of Jack Haynes at second slip off Joe Leach's second delivery. But Worcestershire all out this morning for 157. They lost 3 wickets in the hour that we had, with Wade going for 44, Tongue for 11, and Pennington for 6, leaving Gibbon 13 not out. For the bowlers, well, Dale was the pick of the bowlers with 6 for 41, and Tom Price, who scored the century in the first innings, got the hat-trick in the Worcestershire innings. He finished with 4 for 58. So Gloucestershire in their second innings have just moved on by 1 more. They're 13 without loss. So I shall leave you for about 25 minutes or so, and leave you with Ed Seaborn, and he's been joined by our special guest.
Thanks very much indeed. Yeah, so just as the update came, Dent carving the ball up and over the top of the slips for a boundary, as Leach bowls a no ball to Marcus Harris, who defends up the ground. So 2 more runs to the Gloucestershire total, and the very next ball trying to repeat the dose, and I think Slip managing to get some sort of a hand on it, but not quite enough to effect the catch. 15 without loss, 1 ball left in the 5th over of the reply. And hello again, David Payne. It is wonderful to see you.
You too, it's nice to be back.
Leach in and bowls, and squirted away by Harris down towards third man. He'll get 2 for this, and that is it. So turns out to be quite a productive over that for Gloucestershire. 15 without loss after 5 overs. Lead is 89. I guess the first question is, how's the rehab going?
Yeah, really well, thanks. Actually, it was obviously never an easy decision to say that you're going to have surgery, but I think it was one that felt right in my mind at the time, that I knew it needed to be done. So I felt very clear in that decision, and it has gone, I guess, as smooth as I'd hoped it would. It certainly feels like it solved the problem that was going on, which is step 1, and then the rehab, everything so far, touch wood, that I've done has felt really good, and should start bowling on Monday.
Wow, well that is magnificent news. Gibbon is in and bowls, driving Dent up to mid-off. Won't be a run there, as it's fielded by Pennington. Yeah, I must say, I saw you running around the outfield earlier on, and to be honest, I was thinking, gosh, is he doing that already? You know?
I think the fact every step of the process so far has gone as smoothly as it could has meant that we can keep moving. And probably the other thing, we've done everything pretty thoroughly. The physio's a very thorough man.
Here comes Gibbon. Bowles clipped away, timed decently by Dent, but he picks out forward square, and there's no run.
So Kirk has certainly not let me run before I can walk type thing with the rehab, and has made sure he's highlighted a couple of things in my kind of foot and ankle that need to get stronger, and we've worked very hard on that. But as I say, whenever we have then moved on and got on the treadmill and everything, I've not had any discomfort, any pain, which I guess is the main thing we're looking at. And so yeah, it's worked perfectly, and we've always been working towards the 16th of May.
Gibbon, left arm over, Bowles to Dent, who gets squared up by that one, but manages to get it past third slip, and they'll pick up a couple of runs there. And well, I think by the looks of the reaction of third slip, that was a drop, and I don't know whether we're actually going to be able to see on the replay quite what happened there, but Dent got completely turned around, and I think that might be already the third catch in the slips, which on another day might have been taken in just 5.5 overs.
It definitely looked like that went through his hands. I think you can tell by reactions as well. Normally it looked like that.
In comes Gibbon and Bowles, and Dent this time does manage to work it away in the intended area. Back at a square on the leg side, will get another 21 without loss. Dent on to 10. To refresh my memory, is that this ankle issue, has this been one which has been kind of ongoing for a little while now, or is this something a bit different from the foot injury last year?
No, it has been quite a long-term thing. It did start almost last pre-season in 2022, and for me it felt like I battled through last summer, lots of injections and painkillers to get through.
Gibbon in now, and Bowles down leg and clipped down to fine leg by Dent for another single, so he's on to 11-22 without loss. Lead is up to 96.
So yeah, by the end of the summer, it hadn't been great. I'd been battling through it a lot, and then I got to the end of the season. I think we all thought if it, just with some time away and some rest, that we were all healed down, and I had that through October and slowly back in November, and signs were that it would be okay. And then went to Abu Dhabi and back in November did the T10, and that it didn't feel too bad there, and then so I was happy to go out to the Big Bash and do that, and it was just unfortunate. It was almost literally in the last week building up to the final of the Big Bash, it just started to get sore and sore, and unfortunately got to that point where it was like, actually I think this is something now I just can't keep handling.
Gibbon completes the over and bowls to Harris, and Harris leaves that one through to Cox. So Azarali, who had that catch burst through his hands, has just gone off the field, so hopefully he's not done any damage to that finger. Already we've had that one, whereas Jack Haynes is, I think, probably did just about carry to second slip, and then the one high up which Dent cut in the previous Leach over, which has gone through the hands. Who on earth would be a slipper in April? It's Leach to start a new over from the Diglis end, bowling to Dent. That one doesn't bounce quite so much, and it's defended out into the covers for no run. I will come on to your winter, because it's been a busy and exciting one, but I can't not talk about Tom Price first. First player in the entire history of first-class cricket to score a century and take a hat-trick on the same day, with all the 100 runs of that ton coming on that day. What's his emotions like? I mean, as Leach bowls now to Dent forward defends up the pitch, no run. How do you come down from that?
I think very luckily that it is Tom Price, and he's one of the most humble, down-to-earth guys. I don't think he'll really understand what he's done. The guy, I came in this morning, and actually one of the guys told me that I think on that evening there was even some Australian news wanted to get hold of someone from Melbourne, like, can we do an interview? And Price said, it's quite late, I want to go to bed.
Here comes Leach and bowls to Dent, who's forward and defending into the covers.
So he's I think he palmed off that interview, just that he needed an extra 10 minutes in bed, and I honestly don't think he'll realise what he's, obviously he will, but he won't to the magnitude of what he's just done and how good he is as a player. But I think that works in his strength, that he'll keep his feet on the ground, and he'll go out there and try and do it again, probably.
Yeah, because you get to talk to him in interviews, and it's so kind of matter of fact, and as you say, humble. Leach bowls, that's edged again by Dent, this time along the ground, and it's well stopped in the slip cordon this time, and there is no run. Jake Libby managing to get down there and get a right hand on it, and he's the latest Worcestershire fielder to be examining his fingertips, but he saved 4, I think.
It looks extremely cold, doesn't it, every time it hits the hand.
Tell me about it, it's not warm in here. We've been moaning about it. But
you tucked away as well. It was a bit of a maze to find this, wasn't it?
Yes. We had to do a bit of an obstacle course around the written press. Leach in, and Dent tries to turn that into the leg side, struck on the pad, and there's no run. I mean,
it must have been an incredible day to watch on day one, because unfortunately I was engrossed in childcare in between. So actually the first time I managed to pick up my phone and look at the scorecard, we were 36 for 6, I believe. So you can imagine what I was thinking at that point.
Well, I think I was thinking it and saying it, to be honest. I don't ever like to call something before it happens, but when the score is that 45 for 7, something like that, Leach in, Dent times that one well up to mid-on, but won't get a run for it. End of the over, 7 gone in this Gloucestershire second innings. Worcestershire all out for 157 this morning, with Ajit Singh Dale taking the wickets to fall, finishing with a 6 for Worcestershire all out, 157. Gloucestershire 22 without loss, that's a lead of 96. But I must say, it felt like the kind of game that had effectively been lost in the first 45 minutes. I mean,
absolutely.
To come back from that position just doesn't really seem to happen.
No, I think when you usually get one partnership, even when it's like that, and you get up to 150, something like that.
Exactly. He's given to Harris, no stroke, goes through to Cox.
It must have just been an absolute highlight reel of a day, because Pricey obviously came out in the situation and thought nothing to lose, we'll try and score some boundaries, so it went from heaps of wickets to heaps of boundaries, and I guess normally though you have a bit of a dash and then that dasher gets out.
Exactly.
And it just kept going. Again, I kept checking my phone, he's still going.
Yeah, and you would have thought that the wicket would have fallen at some point at the other end, but De Lange, and I think especially Dale, has given bowls, another rising delivery outside off stump, Harris shouldering arms, especially Dale, and I think Tom Price marshalled the situation extraordinarily well, just giving, effectively saying, right, I think Leach is maybe of a pace that I'll let you have Leach, but I won't let you have anyone else.
Yeah.
And the way that he managed that situation was superb. But then at some point you would expect, and there were plenty of occasions where Dale did get trapped on strike. Worcestershire got the match-up effectively, to use that modernism that they wanted, as Harris has gone reaching for a drive there and the ball swung away from him, and Gibbon, not for the first time, has beat the outside edge of Marcus Harris with a good piece of bowling. But just, you're expecting that at some point it had to end, and in the end it took a run out at the non-striker's end for it to go.
No, I think you've summed it up perfectly, that TP just seemed to play that like he was a 35-year-old who'd played for years and years and years and years. And I managed to watch, from when he was about 85, I think it was when I managed to get the stream on and actually watch for a long period of time.
Gibbon to Harris, and another leave outside off.
And I think that was what took me back, is just how calm and controlled he looked in the situation. He's coming up towards his maiden first class 100. You're normally thinking he's going to be nervous about that. He's batting with the number 11. He's going to be nervous about that. But actually, it didn't look like any of it made him nervous. And I think I actually obviously text Tom that night, but I also texted Ajit that night to say to him, I think actually it will go under the radar, the role that he played in that evening to get Tom to his 100.
Gibbon bowls to Harris, flicked away down to fine leg. It'll just be a comfortably jogged single, 23 without loss. Lead is up to 97 for Gloucestershire.
I guess rightfully so. Tom will get the headlines and the credit, and as I say, it was an astonishing day for him. But I think it does then mean that the guy who was there with him at the other end, you don't hear about as much. So I think it's important that guy also gets the credit for getting Tom there. And I think Ajit showed incredible, I guess, strength to battle through that period, and he just found a way, I guess.
Gibbon is in and Dent watches that one go through behind the stumps again. End of the over, 22, in fact 23 without loss is the score.
Well, I think Ajit also surprised a lot of us with the bat. That we knew he could bat, but actually watching that, it looked like he's far from a genuine 11 or anything. He's far from a number 11. He could actually go higher up the other way he played that. So that was really pleasing to see. But you say, and then for Tom to do that was really pleasing. But then to come out with the ball and 50 for naught, similar, but and that was the flip side of it. Thinking, maybe the wicket was a bit soft to begin. It's got harder and it's got better. That's what allowed Tom to play those shots. And then it means, but Worcester are now going to have a bat on it and be able to bat long. And it being 50 for naught, it looked like that might be the case. And then it all turns around again.
Leach starts another over. Harris gets rather sawn in half by that delivery, but it was too high, probably missing leg, so no shout for LBW. But it just actually, it has seemed as if the pitch has been offering just enough, sort of, not quite throughout, as I say, because Libby and Pollitt looked really quite assured in the start of that Worcestershire reply. So yeah, like you, I was reading it as probably fairly similar actually to Cardiff in that first game for Gloucestershire, where the pitch just really seemed to die after some moisture on the first day, as Leach sends down another delivery which has caught Harris on the crease a bit and tried to clip it into the leg side but missed it. Goes out into the offside for no run.
Well, that's been the difficulty. Without being here on day one, I don't know if it would have made a difference, but I've had a couple of fans ask me today, what's the pitch like? I can't really give them an answer. I'm not sure from watching from the sideline. It's very difficult to tell from how the scorecard's played.
Yeah, what Tom Price, I think, mentioned in an interview is Leach is into Harris, forward defence, fielded smartly by D'Oliveira at point for no run. It's just the kind of slight variation in the bounce and the pace, and it's understandable why it is that way because of the rain that we've had and that sort of thing. And the ground staff have done an amazing job to get us playing today, but also even with the pitch being as good as it was on day one. But the odd balls popping up, the odd balls staying a bit further down. Leach to Harris, cut away, but stopped on the bounce at backward point, and no run there. That seems to have been what I've sort of seen and heard. But
it looks like, from watching Tom's hat-trick in particular, I thought the first ball looked unplayable. It looks like it went away a little bit, bounced a little bit, and then the next two just did almost that, when you talk of a bowler, like that perfect tiniest amount just to catch the edge. Yeah, difficult to sum up, as you say, because it 50 for naught to then with 140 odd all out.
Leach bowls to Harris for defence, and that rolls up to mid-on, where it's fielded and no addition to the score. Right, we've talked a lot about today. We're to go back to the start of the winter. What possessed you to bowl in T10 cricket? Because I just look at that and I think, how on earth do you survive as a bowler in that? Just the mentality of bowling in a T10 game of, right, I am going to get absolutely hammered at some point here. Leach to Harris, that's a nice looking drive. It'll beat the dive of extra cover. It might not go to the boundary, but at least a couple of runs, and I think that is what it will be. 2 to the total to complete the over. 9 gone, 25 without loss. Leaders up to 99. So how do you bowl in T10?
I guess you bowl and hope. Luckily, it is, I guess the decision was about me trying to break into franchise cricket and into leagues in the winter, and that was the first opportunity that arose. So I think it was more about getting my name out there. It wasn't thinking about the cricket itself. And I knew the standard would be good, the amount of players that go and play over there. It was quite a short tournament, so I knew it would fit in with my family. And I say, I think there's as much of kind of who you know a little bit these days in terms of that cricket, and I think I just needed to get my name out there and meet some people and put my face out a little bit. So that was the main reason, I guess.
In comes Gibbon and bowls to Dent, allowed to pass through to the keeper.
But you are, like, I guess every bowler who'd played in that, who'd spoke to me, was, I don't think they do put too much pressure on themselves, that you expect to go and get hit, and if you don't, then great. But it's a good, I guess the way you need to look at it or flip it is that it's a great challenge, that you know the batter's going to be trying to hit pretty much every ball for six, and can you defend that? And so from that perspective, it felt like actually a good challenge and a good learning curve for me.
Ben Gibbon charges into bowl, left arm over, and forward comes Dent, sends it up to mid-on, and no run. And I guess, is it effectively, you're basically just bowling death from the first ball that you bowl?
Effectively, I think the second game I played, I had the new ball and backed myself to swing. I was bowling at Murray and Alley, and I remember the first ball, it was nice, good length, swung away, and I think I literally heard the whoosh of his bat as it flew past.
Gibbon to Dent. Dent gets caught on the shoulder of the bat by the looks of things there, but it, thankfully from his point of view, stays down and is fielded at third slip by Jake Libby.
I've lost my train of thought because I didn't see the Denty's. I saw the shoulder of his bat come flying off the wicket.
We had Marine Alley whooshing his bat.
That's right.
First over that you bowled.
Well, yeah, first ball, and then that was kind of like, this is T10. And then every ball that proceeded from that was whoosh, whoosh, and I guess with the new ball, I think when it's swinging, I always feel confident that actually it's going to be difficult for them to score. But it's that, in white ball cricket, that might last two balls sometimes if they get hold of one of them, if you can get through an over. So, yeah, I think as soon as you've then got the second over and it's probably not swinging, then it is, how do you defend? But it's defending with only two men on the boundary, and those are things to say. That was almost a great learn, that how do you defend with two men out? Like, if you can defend with two men out, then you should find five men out a breeze. So, and as I say, there's international cricketers that the standard actually is very high. The people you're bowling at are more often than not guys that are playing in the World Cups and going for their country. So actually, as a challenge, I found it really, really good.
I'm sure we'll talk more about that as the season goes along, or at least as the coming weeks go along, because hopefully you'll not be too bored by me and be able to come back for some more stints at some point. But just in this first stint, I need to ask some big bash questions. As in comes Gibbon and bowls, worked away on the onside by Dent, fielded at mid-wicket for no run. I'm not actually sure, because I was too busy listening to your description of bowling in T10. What we had a fairly sizable delay for there.
That was for Denty's bat, I think.
So that was going on. Everybody took the opportunity to have a drink, but it was the middle of the over. But right, replacement bat. In comes Gibbon and bowls. That one has really leapt up off quite a full length, and that's, never mind the shoulder of the bat, that looked as if it was approaching Dent's actual shoulder as it went through to the keeper. You can't really play those, and when you can do what Dent did and just make sure that you keep the bat underneath it and not fence at it. But that's the kind of life that is there in this pitch.
That's what it feels. I guess as a bowler, it always feels like it looks like you bowl five balls and it doesn't do a lot, and then this does. So it should keep you interested as a bowler always, this pitch.
Gibbon, last ball of his fifth over, and it's just tickled down to fine leg by Dent for a single, so he'll join Harris on 12, and that brings Gloucestershire's lead up to 100 at 26 without loss. Gibbon's bowled a really nice spell here, 5 overs for 11, but not helped by his slip cordon. Both him and Leach wicketless so far. So Big Bash debut was at whatever they're calling Spotless Stadium, now Sydney Showground. I think from memory, Sydney Thunder have been 15 all out the previous the previous game. So I guess you're sort of thinking, well, okay, might be in for something here. And then lo and behold, second ball, I think it was, you got your first wicket. Describe that, and just I guess just to a certain extent, just how you kind of got there. As Leach bowls, driven by Dent to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, it was all a bit manic. So the Big Bash had gone to an overseas draft, which happened last October, and I knew from my agent that Perth were interested and I was close, and it was between me and Tamal Mills, and they went for Tamal, but it meant that then the dialogue continued because he was only there for half the tournament, and they were thinking that I might replace him anyway. So when the call actually came to say Tamal's not coming, can you come out? So it wasn't completely out the blue.
Leach bustles in and bowls. Forward defence from Dent rolls out into the covers, and there is no run.
So it gave me, I had about 2 weeks between finding out I was going out there, so that was fine. And I was also aware, I looked from the outside, I felt like I'm not stupid. Their bowling attack is pretty good. They got all the guys have played for Australia. I think they were quite clear, I was coming out to add to the stock as opposed to be like, right, you're coming out to play every game. And again, it was another thing I was like, this is great, it's just an opportunity for you to get out there and be a part of another global tournament.
3 slips go down as Leach is in and bowls full and straight again. Dent right over the top of that in defence out to mid-off.
And I sat down with the coach, Adam Voges, first or second day I was there, and he said the same and made things very clear that, you're part of the pack and we're going to rotate and you will get games, but you're not here to play every game type thing, and there is cover because notoriously you get injuries in the tournament. And I think things just seemed to, as soon as I got out there, ran the drinks for a couple of games, then we went across and we had a 3-day trip. We were playing, I think it was Brisbane, Sydney.
Leach in, and a good length ball outside off is allowed to pass through to the keeper.
So I knew I'd get an opportunity on that trip with a lot of games, and it was about 3 games in 5 days. But we'd also, Jai Richardson gone down with an injury, and so things had just fell into place a little bit for myself that I would get some more opportunities. And then so when I got the nod at what did you call Spotless, that's one,
whatever they're calling it.
It just felt great to get an opportunity. That I think the mindset I was in out there was perfect for myself.
Leach bowls now, that's cut away. Nice shot from Dent, classic Chris Dent cut shot through forward point. I keep calling it forward point this season. I never did that before. I just coined a new term. It's cover point. Anyway, 4 runs to Dent, moves him on to 16. 30 without loss of the lead up to 104.
I think I've said in a couple of interviews actually, going out there, and because of the bowling pack I was going to join, it very much felt like I was the small fish going into a big pond and no one knew who I was. But that worked great for me. I really liked that there wasn't this, it felt like there was absolutely no pressure on me at all.
Leach round the wicket now to Dent, struck on the pad. There's a shout for leg before wicket, which is slightly strangled by some, and umpire Watts does not raise the finger. So end of another over, 30 without loss. Gloucestershire in their second innings, leading by 104. Yeah, I mean, I remember there was one particularly good bit on commentary with Mark War where they were trying to work out, because you're saying I suppose you were a little bit of an unknown quantity in Australia. They were trying to work out which football team it was that you might support. So they got as far as Gloucestershire. That's Bristol, isn't it? Maybe a Bristol team. But that was, it just sort of underlined the kind of, I mean, obviously you had the international cap, but to an Australian audience that tends to watch Australian cricket, Gibbon bowls to Harris, that's flicked away through backwards square leg, and that should be another boundary. 2 fielders just jogging after it, and Harris moves up to 16. It's 34 without loss.
And I guess it worked both ways in the same way that a lot of the domestic cricketers over there, I hadn't heard of some of the domestic players over there, so as I say, it just worked for me well in that mindset.
Yeah, and then, well, we'll skip forward a bit because we're running a bit short on time, but to actually then go on and win the tournament. Obviously, the Scorchers are going to be one of the hot favourites, no matter what year it is. But that final at home at Perth in front of that crowd, what sort of an occasion was that to play in?
Yeah, I think it's tough to almost keep it brief how great it was. I will try and come back on next week when we're home at Sussex.
Gibbon bowls to Harris, nicely driven. It'll be a single.
And Gloucestershire in their second innings 34 without loss, with Dent on 16, Harris on 17. That's on top of the 74 that they had from their first innings lead after Worcestershire were bowled out for 157 just before lunch. Leach and Gibbon have opened the bowling in this second innings, and they have taken the edge. Both have taken the edge of Chris Dent on 3 occasions now. One went to hand to Pollock, which probably should have taken, one dropping just short of Haynes at second slip. But other than that, they look pretty comfortable at the moment, and this lead is starting to build. Gloucestershire in their second innings 35 without loss.
Sorry about that. We were joined a little earlier for the update than I think any of us were anticipating. We were expecting that to be after 2:30, and in the end it was before. So there we go. Welcome to the joys of live radio broadcasting.
Yeah, that was a bit chaotic now. I feel like I've stuffed something up there.
No, it's not your fault at all. That's defended into the leg side by Dent, and there's no run. So 35 without loss. You haven't missed any scoring whilst that update was going on, but yeah, there we go. It's a busy day. There's lots of football going on, so I suspect it seemed to be approximately past, and we had to do rather a quick shift there as Gibbon is in and worked away to mid-wicket by Dent for no run. But what it does mean is that we've now had the update, so we don't actually need to be quite so brief. So
does that mean I've got another 25 minutes now to talk you through the final?
Well, exactly. Yeah, there you go. You should be careful what you wish for.
Well, where do you want to start? We're going to have to start from the beginning now, I guess. Well, for the final.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask before you talked about the final. I was going to ask what the secret is to getting Steve Smith out, because I'm sure a lot of people want to know. Gibbon bowls down the leg side, Dent tries to whip it away, but it's well taken by Cox, who manages to save himself some byes, and that is the end of the over. 12 gone, and Gloucestershire 35 without loss, the lead up to 109.
I think, as I touched on, the thing that seemed to work well for me, I got out there, and this thing of being a small fish in my head and no one knowing who I am meant, and with it, the Perth didn't seem to do as I don't know if it's just Perth or whether it's an Australian thing. They don't do as much analysis, or they didn't do as much analysis on the opposition as what we do in England a lot, and that also meant, I didn't know what the person at the other end was going to do, and all I could do was focus on myself and what I do well. And actually, that was kind of the light bulb as the tournament went on, actually, that I wasn't worried about what the person at the other end was going to do, because I didn't know what they were going to do. I hadn't done the analysis, and it just meant, right, I'm just going to have to bowl my best balls and hope they work, and learn, actually my best balls are good enough for anyone. And it was the same thing, obviously, then when you have Steve Smith at the other end, he was, but because I played a few games and realised, actually, if I just focus on me and bowl my best balls, I can get anyone out, and that was probably the mentality with Smith.
Change of bowling at the Diglis end. It's Josh Tongue having his first go of the afternoon and the first go of this second innings, bowling to Harris, who's onto his toes in defence. So Tongue, who grabbed a couple of pardon me, it was just the one wicket in the end, the wicket of Marchand de Lange in the first innings, one for 54. Dangerous customer, though, as we mentioned in that first innings. The 5-wicket haul for the Lions out in Sri Lanka. Tall, fast bowler, right arm over, bowling to Harris, opens the face and guides it to backward point, and there's no run. I guess that would remind me, was that the game at Perth, or was it at the SCG where you got Steve
No,
Smith
it was at Perth. So I guess, I had bowled it in at the SCG. Before that was my second game at the SCG, and that was a bit of a tacky, sticky wicket, and I think I bowled about 23 cutters out of 24 balls.
Yeah, that was exactly where I was going with that. That's back of a length from tongue and left alone by Harris. Because you're bowling at the SCG, I can pretty much, like you say, remember you bowling nearly every ball round the wicket.
Yeah.
And, like you say, those cutters, because they seem to be working so well on that pitch. And then you go from there to bowling Optus, where the ball flies through. I can imagine that must be it must be tricky, but it must also be a great challenge as a bowler. Tongue is in. Oh, attempted drive from Harris. It's squeezed somehow off bat onto pad and then missed, I think, off stump in the end. It's got rather fortunate there as Harris didn't know where that had gone, and then they had to get back into his crease as they tried to run him out from behind the stumps. But Tongue making something happen there off his fourth ball of his spell. But yeah, just the contrast in those sorts of pitches, even out in Australia, because you tend to think about Australian pitches as all being hard and bouncy and the same.
Yeah, that was probably the thing that... How do I say? You go.
Tongue is in, driven away by Harris. He's picked the gap between mid-off and extra cover again. He's found that gap a few times already in this innings so far, and it's just going to be 2 more runs to the total. Harris to 19, 37 without loss.
It was the thing that surprised me the most, I guess, because everyone talks about Australia, you say hard, flat pitches. I was thinking, batter friendly, but actually, and the guys talked about, I don't know whether it was just this year or whether it's normal like that, and they weren't as great a pitches as I thought they'd be. A lot, even at Optus, I had nice carry and stuff, but the bounce meant that, again, for my cutter, it would go into wicket, it would get a bit of bounce, and it was hard for batters to hit, and so it meant that I bowled a lot of off pace.
Tongue to Harris, who drops that one down towards fine leg. Pennington charges in from the rope to field, so it'll be a single to mean that Harris keeps the strike. 38 without loss at the end of 13 overs of this Gloucestershire innings. They lead by 112.
Yeah, so it kind of meant almost wherever I went, and I say, I've touched on that mentality that I trust my cutter almost more than anything, and it felt like in Australia it seemed to work really well. The other thing was playing at Optus a lot, there was massive boundaries square of the wicket, so it meant whatever I bowled, as long as my length was good, I didn't get too full, I felt very confident I couldn't get hit. And it was just a crazy month that, where, as I say, touched on the side, it just felt like everything went my way a little bit. And you say, then we played Sydney at Perth, and Steve Smith was off the back of 200s in a row and nearly scored a third 100 in a row, and I don't know, again, I just tried to stick to doing what I do well. I guess there was another part to it that actually I had the flu at that point, so I'd been in bed for 3-4 days. And
of course. Change of bowling as well, so a double change. Dylan Pennington coming in for his first go. He steams in to Marcus Harris, who plays an attempted back foot drive but doesn't time it, and it's fielded in the covers.
So actually with that, and this almost describes the journey I'd been on, that I was down with the flu, Lance Morris had it, and then I'd got it off him, and I was battling with this, and actually they certainly didn't push me, but they were like, tracked me through the week and like, how you going, we'd love you to play if you feel up for it, which felt nice in itself, just to...
Pennington in, and Harris for that flick leave through to Cox.
Just to get to that point, where actually I was thinking, I've obviously done something right, because I'm feeling pretty rough, but Perth are really hoping that I can get fit and play this game against Sydney. So I did. It was a horrible week of just staying in my apartment. It was almost treated like COVID, I couldn't really go anywhere. I was masks if I was going to doctors and this and that, but actually, luckily, by the time it got to Saturday, all I had to do was turn up Saturday morning and bowl a few balls and see how I was doing. And again, that almost played on, I was just trying to get through the day.
Pennington over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Harris, who leans forward into a defensive shot, fielded by Azhar Ali up at mid-off. So that's encouraging news for Worcestershire supporters, that Azhar Ali's overcome that blow to the fingertips, albeit not fielding in the slips anymore, but he's up at mid-off, so that will allay a few home supporters' fears to see him out there.
Yeah, so that game, as I said, the Steve Smith, it was actually talked about a lot, but I was almost battling with the flu and just trying to survive the day.
Pennington to Harris, who defends that one out into the covers, and there's no run. And now, just then, I'm remembering, because didn't you have to celebrate his wicket with some sort of bizarre, like sort of chicken arms, and it was almost like COVID again with the wicket celebrations.
It was
Not wanting
exactly
to touch
that.
anyone.
It was exactly that. It was COVID celebrations, and these are the little things, I guess, the behind the scenes. Me and Lance were in our own dressing room. We weren't allowed to be in the home dressing room and couldn't be near the players, so we had to come out of a different entrance onto the ground and had to warm up separately.
Pennington charges in and bowls, and that's edged away by Harris, but it goes past the slips, and it might go down to the boundary for 4, and it's a long way away, but I think it has just crossed the rope. So another little slice of luck there for Marcus Harris. Nicely bowled by Pennington, but the edge going, I think, down in front of the cordon this time, but another boundary off the edge with Harris onto 24.
Yeah, so that was a crazy day, and it was, getting Steve Smith. I knew that was a pretty special moment in itself. But the whole trip, including that, it couldn't have gone much better.
Pennington, last ball of the over, and this time it's deliberately edged down into the gully. Marcus Harris seems to have an issue with the Worcestershire slip cordon's fingertips, because he constantly seems to be trying to pepper them, but this time it's well stopped, actually. Saves another 4. Gloucestershire 42 without loss after 14 overs. So it's not been express pace from Dent and Harris, but I think they'll be pretty pleased with the progress that they've made, because would have been a danger of maybe going out a bit too hard and losing wickets and bringing Worcestershire very much back into the game. But now to get that lead well over 100, no wickets down, a lot of the new ball seen off. I'd imagine that's sort of job 1 done for them. Tongue to Dent. Dent rises up onto his toes and blocks that back to the bowler.
Most definitely. The problem is, I think with this game the way it's gone, it just feels like anything could happen. It could suddenly be a hat trick, and it's 42 for 3. So I think that'll be the main thing. They know that you can't really rest on your laurels at any point in this game. Actually, they're in a strong position. They need to make sure they keep going here.
So the Steve Smith game, I think that was effectively, just trying to coax my memory into action. Tongue in, bowling, angled across Dent. Dent allows it to pass through to Cox. Was that effectively sort of the game for that first place in the table almost? Once that one was won, it was...
That game was, I think, as I would call it, a home semi-final.
Yes.
So that got us that.
I can't remember all the names they just made up for it.
Qualifier and eliminator.
They're very good at that sort of stuff. The Aussies just, with that sort of bash boost stuff and power surges and the qualifier, the eliminator, that sort of stuff. Anyway, we know the game you mean. Tongue is in, cut away by Dent but not timed, and fielded at backward point, no run. So once that had been secured, I guess it was a squad that was what was aimed for, and they are so difficult to beat the Scorchers at home, whether it be the Wacker or Optus. Is it because of the pitch, do you think, the fans? What makes the Scorchers so successful in general?
I think they know that ground so well now. They know how to play there.
Tongue is in, full delivery. Dent leans forward in defence out into the covers.
I'd probably use Ashton Turner as the perfect example. That his game is incredible to watch, because he's so well set up to play at Perth, to play at Optus, which is tiny straight boundaries and massive square. So you try and go in the wicket to him, and you bowl from waist high to throat high and try and get him hitting square. But actually he's developed the way to almost be able to lap anything in that and hit it behind him, as opposed to normal pull shots that go square.
Tongue bowls now. Nice full delivery, but still a bit of bounce there. And Dent squeezes it somehow away out into the backward square region, but gets a single to move to 17-45 without loss.
Whereas I think opposition batters that come there quite often struggle. They do play generic pull shots. They have to try and gap the big boundary. I I think they just, they've played there many years now and they've worked out a strong game plan that it's tough for opposition to come and win there.
Here is Tongue in now, bowls, and a leave outside off from Harris. Still good carry through to Ben Cox. And the other thing they always seem to do is they seem to unearth somebody basically every year. I mean, Cooper Connolly had played under-19 internationals, I think I'm right in saying, but he ends up being one of, if not the heroes of that final, and that just seems to be what they're able to do there.
I think Coops surprised everyone that day.
Tongue bowls to Harris, who drops that one away to the covers to complete another over.
Obviously those guys would have known a lot more about Cooper than I would have at that point, but Discovery, I think he'd captained the Australia under-19 side. He was obviously a great talent. I'd watched him in the nets in training, but it was, it felt like he was the under-19 guy sat in the back ranks waiting for his opportunity. I think when it got to the final, say Nick Hobson was the other one. When you've got the other 9 guys have all played for Australia, I think, when it was left to Nick Hobson and Cooper Connolly, I think everyone at that point, when you're chasing what was 15 and over or something stupid we needed, you're fearing for the worst. And actually, it was just remarkable. It was like a fairy tale type of Sky Sports classic ending that for Cooper and Hobbo to do what they did just felt surreal.
Pennington starts a new over off his long run, bowling to Dent outside off, and a few yelps from behind the stumps there suggesting that might have been a fairly tight leave, and maybe it did something off the pitch as well, because Dent's down to do a bit of gardening again, but no harm done as far as Gloucestershire are concerned.
Yeah, that whole game, I think, because the way also the average score I think had been 150, around 150 at Optus that whole year, and then it felt like that final it was a better wicket than we'd played on all year. So when they got 175, 180, whatever it was, I think we were worried that there was too many.
Pennington bowls to Dent, who turns that one towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, I must say I got that feeling watching it as well, because I'd got up early, as I'd done a few times, to watch a bit of Big Bash in the winter, and you'd seen the other games, like you say, that had happened there. And whilst there's plenty of depth of batting for the Scorchers, when they'd lost those wickets up front, I would imagine that there was a sense of worry. Pennington in, and then back to fairly full delivery, but manages to negotiate it back towards Dylan Pennington.
I think when Ashton Turner walked out, you know how good he is, but it felt, even in that situation, felt like we were asking a lot of him. But again, he produced the goods and just continues to do so. But then him and Inglis have put that partnership, but then when Inglis gets out, it felt like it's all on Ashton. Then Ashton gets run out, and I say then Cooper Connolly joins Nick Hobson. That's when I think we were fearing for the worst. And at that point I couldn't leave the change room. Unfortunately I had to watch the last 3 overs.
Pennington bowls full and straight on the money again. Dent treats it with respect. It's the covers.
It's the one regret I've got, really, that it's easy in hindsight that I felt so nervous. I was near my pads just in case wickets fell and I needed to quickly put them on. But the way it went, myself and Jai Richardson sat in there nervously bouncing around the change room, watching, hoping, and then as it got closer and closer, and then Nick Hobson hits that, I think the penultimate ball for 6 where we need 3 to win. Me and Jai sprint down the corridor out into it, and then suddenly there's this chaotic atmosphere.
Pennington in and bowls, and then was thinking about trying to play a back foot punch into the covers, and then gets defeated by it just didn't seem to come onto him quite as nicely as he was hoping, and he got caught up on the crease there and just about managed to jab the bat down on it. No run. But yeah, and then the win. How were the celebrations? How does one celebrate a Big Bash championship? As over at the wicket is Pennington, delivery that may have come back in towards Dent, and that one did bounce and may not have bounced too far away from off stump. Really nice over that from Pennington. It's a maiden, and Gloucestershire 45 without lost, lead by 119.
this is actually the day of the final that evening. Perth were a very family-orientated club, and we finished the game with the podium pictures with the trophy. But actually, soon feel like all family were waiting on the ground, and we came. So they joined all by partners, children, mums, dads, whoever, and stayed at the ground until about 1:30 in the morning in the changing room with all family, and obviously had drinks, but not as ridiculously. The next day gets a bit more stupid.
Okay, comes Tongue and bowls a short delivery, which Harris rather took his eye off. Actually, it didn't really duck that fully, and that has done quite a bit. I have to look at the replay there. I'm actually just seeing the previous ball, the last ball of the previous over, which wasn't actually that far away from off stump, and then that one, which actually my eyes were deceiving me because it looked like it must have been a bouncer from the height it got through, but that has just absolutely taken off a full length, and that is a really dangerous delivery actually. Tongue in and bowls, and Harris understandably slightly tentative after that previous ball which zipped past his head from a full length, and that one beats his outside edge. I can't imagine he's feeling too comfortable out there, even as somebody who's used to the ball flying up around his head from batting in Australia.
No, but I guess if there's a man we want facing this, Tongue looks he's got good pace at the moment, is doing a little bit, then Harry's probably the man who's seen the most of this sort of thing, being in Australia, but I think he'll just be hoping to get through this over now.
In comes Tongue and bowls, dabbed away towards backward point. They'll come through for a quick single, but it was a well-judged single in the end, and Harris moves on to 25. So I think we'll leave the stories of the actual celebrations to what happens in Perth stays in Perth. But congratulations on the BBL win. I know everybody at Gloucestershire would have been immensely proud to have seen you do that, and especially at a club which has a lot of Gloucestershire connections with the likes of AJ Tye, Michael Klinger, Cameron Bancroft as well. Yeah, as that is another zippy delivery from Josh Tongue. He's got a great over going here and passes the shoulder of Chris Dent's bat this time, and through it goes to Cox. This is a testing period, this, with Tongue bowling, but many congratulations. You've had a fantastic winter, and I'm sure all Gloucestershire supporters can't wait to see you back out on the field, and I'm very much looking forward to having you back for the next home game against Sussex, where hopefully we will actually get some cricket.
Definitely. Thank you very much for having me. I'll hopefully see you then.
Thanks very much to David Payne, as a forward defence from Dent completes the Tongue over, and 19 overs have been bowled in this. Gloucestershire second innings, 47 without loss is the score. Lead is 120, and Chris Williams is back alongside myself, Ed Seaborn.
Well, no wickets, but not from one to trying. They've taken the edge of both of these batsmen on quite a few occasions. But
pardon me, there was actually one more ball left in the over, and it's a carbon copy of the previous ball, with Dent dropping it out towards point, and there's no run. So a couple of really good overs from the Worcestershire bowlers in a row here, underlining actually how tricky it will be for Gloucestershire if they really do decide to try and get on with it. As David Payne was saying, really, it sort of feels as though from what's happened in the game so far, and knowing that Worcestershire were 58 without loss in their first innings, just never really know what's around the corner.
no, nice to see Josh Tongue settling into a nice rhythm. Struggled in the early part of the season. Well, still in the early part, but in the first game, but right on the money, and asked a few questions there of the batters as Pennington starts new over from the new road end, and again goes past the outside edge of Harris, and getting up a fair look of pace at the moment, Pennington.
Yeah, I mean, this is really tricky stuff from Tongue and Pennington. I mean, Leach and Gibbon bowled decent first spells, but since Tongue and Pennington have come on, there just seems to be that extra little bit of pace, and they are causing all sorts of issues, and it's got to start to be getting a little bit frustrating for them that they haven't got the breakthrough yet.
Pennington rides on. Well, not sure if he might have just played inside the line of that next delivery outside the off stump, but it's a little bit uncomfortable for these two at the moment. And on another day, they may well be back in the pavilion for the number of edges that we've seen. But I think the one that's Pollock put down should have been taken. That was Dent on that occasion. Just checked. I think it did drop short of Haynes the first over.
Right.
But it's when so many are dropping just short as next delivery is played onto the leg side up to mid on to Leach and there's no run. If it's dropping short, then you do ask the question: are the slips standing a little bit deep?
Yeah, and I think I might even have mentioned it today, but certainly mentioned it on day one, that it's really difficult to know exactly where to stand, because we have actually seen the odd ball bounce in front of Cox, and yet he's also taking other ones around about head height. So which do you kind of play for? Do you play for the ones which are going to zip through, or the ones which don't?
Pennington in again, this time driven to wide mid on, where Leach just has to move to his left to do the fielding. So creeping up towards the 50 to add to the 74 first innings lead that Gloucestershire had after bowling Worcestershire out for 157 just before lunch. So T is going to be taken at 4. So it's going to be a long evening stint if we get that far, if the rain stays away and the light holds. Next delivery sees Dent back in the crease, driving off a bottom edge into the offside, and there's no run. Just looking at the field, still the 2 slips. We've got first and second slip, and then a fourth slip. Gap between the two. D'Oliveira is at point. Cover up in the square. Azza is at mid off, and this is put away for 4 runs. Short, wide outside the off stump, and Dent had plenty of time there to just rock back, cut it square of the wicket, and that brings up the 50. It's come at the end of the 18th over with Gloucestershire exactly 50 without loss. Dent has moved on to 17 with that boundary, and Harris on 29.
I think the scoreboard may have just got a little confused, because it's just awarded that boundary to Harris, but it definitely was Dent. And I think especially after the way that Dent was out in that first innings, and yes, he hadn't had time to get used to the fact that that's what the pitch was doing, and he got a ball from Gibbon. It was quite a funky delivery. It came off a fairly full length and sort of popped up in the air, but it'd be cross about the way that he kind of uncertainly jabbed at it and fended a catch into the slip cord. And Tongue starting his 4th over, bowling to Harris. Harris is forward and rolling that one back up the pitch for no run. But he certainly wasn't going to be half-hearted about that cut shot off that delivery. That was almost a shot of exercising demons of the first innings, really, just because of the way that he got out. Tongue in and bowls, and Harris riding the bounce, playing out into the covers, and there's no run. I think the scoreboard has corrected itself now with Dent with that 4 moving on to 21. But
Harris has already broken one bat today. He took a big chunk out of the bottom of the first one, and he keeps looking at the bottom of this second one he's got.
Well, he broke one, or at least he changed one during his 148 against Glamorgan in the first game. So I'm wondering if he's had it repaired. The one that he started off with in that innings was kind of favourite bat. He had it repaired, and he's still not exactly sure whether it's fully repaired. As there's a short delivery, Harris has tried to uppercut that, and he's feathered one through to Cox, and Josh Tongue at last has his reward. He's looked superb since he's come on from the Diglis end. Harris got a ball that he tried to cut over the top of the slips, and he's just got a little touch on it through to the gloves of Cox. And a 50-run opening partnership between Dent and Harris, 51 to be exact, is ended. Harris out for 26 and Gloucestershire are 51 for 1.
It was a good catch in the end because it went very quickly to Cox and was at head height. But that's good reward for Josh Chung. I think he's bowled really well in his, coming up just over 3 overs. He's looked lively, and I think he was done for pace there, was Harris. Trying to, as you say, just uppercut it. And there must have been the slightest of edges. And as he took the catch, Cox, he was actually moving back as well. So good catch.
Yeah, exactly. He was moving backwards and both feet off the ground. How often do you see that in English conditions? A keeper taking the ball with both feet off the ground, and it just beat Harris for pace and life off the pitch. It was short-ish, but it wasn't really banged in by Tongue. And Harris just ended up in a position where he tried to uppercut it, but didn't have his feet sorted at all.
The Bracey and Worcestershire have just taken their first wicket, 51 for 1 in their second innings. Gloucestershire going along quite nicely, although to be fair to the 4 Worcestershire bowlers we've seen so far, they've all just caught the edge of the batters' bats, but nothing, or a couple have gone to hand that were put down, but a lot of them have gone short of the slips or between them. But the wicket that went down, that was of Marcus Harris, just trying to uppercut a ball from Josh Tongue, who's bowled really well in his 3.5 overs so far, and he just got a feather and a good catch by Cox, who was going backwards, took it above his head and was still going back as he took it. Such was the pace that Tongue had put onto it, and Harris had gone for 26. So that was a much needed wicket, because those 51 runs are added on to the 74 from the first innings lead that Gloucestershire had after bowling Worcestershire out for 157 just before lunch. But good spells from Pennington and Tongue at the moment, just drawing Worcestershire back into it. So Gloucestershire at the moment in their second innings, 51 for 1, with Dent on 21 and Bracey yet to score.
Tongue over the wicket to Bracey. Forward in studied defence, goes back to the bowler. I mean, you want to score runs every time you go out there, of course you do, but James Bracey will want to score after a game against Glamorgan, where he managed a couple of starts but didn't manage to kick on, and then the first innings where he was the second of Ben Gibbons, 2 in 2. Then comes Tongue, bowls to Bracey. Bracey defends up towards mid-on. That's the end of another testing over from Josh Tongue. It's produced the wicket of Marcus Harris for 26, and if you're beating Marcus Harris for pace, then you certainly know you must be doing something right as a bowler. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7 from Tongue, and things really have just... I wouldn't say things were really drifting along with Leach and Gibbon bowling. That's too far, but the game has shifted gears again, seemingly, now that Tongue and Pennington have come into the attack. The old computer's having a bit of a nightmare today with trying to keep up with the score and where they're allocating runs to, as Pennington starts a new over, and this is allowed to go past and through to Cox. So they finally caught up. Harris caught Cox by bowled Tongue 26, 3 boundaries, having originally said he scored 4 boundaries. 3 is the final tally. Long chat there with David Payne, which I'm sure you all found interesting. Certainly getting a Gloucestershire point of view. After tea, we're hopeful that Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire coach, will be joining us to have a little chat, all being well. Pennington in again, and
Dent just got a little bit tucked up there. Ball came onto him quickly and got plenty of batter onto it, but the ball dropping right in front of his boots. So just being forced back a little bit by the extra pace there of Dylan Pennington. But always nice to, especially with players where, regardless of where their allegiances lie, someone that's gone and played in the Big Bash and won there.
Yeah, as I say, I hopefully Worcestershire fans will indulge us that, and hopefully will have found it interesting to hear, the sort of in a way what the modern cricket is doing, travelling and taking part in these competitions.
Well, this is just flicked away down the leg side for a boundary, even though there's a fine leg down there. Won't get around to be able to keep that one in. Just strayed there, Dylan Pennington. And also the things that spectators probably don't, well, you certainly don't see it and don't realise, just the nerves that the players suffer. And as you were saying there, that's padded up organ. The last thing you want to do in those final situations is go out there and bat when you're not a batter. And the pressure that turns on you and the relief there must be when someone does score those winning runs. Pennington this time better line and length, and Dent plays defensively, and there's no run.
Because of course it's the one thing that us, even broadcasters, never mind supporters, never see. You never see what's going on inside the dressing room during a collapse or even during those sorts of moments where you're trying to win a final and it's coming right down to the wire. So to get any sort of insight into what's going on there, I think it's well, I'm certainly very grateful for David Payne for coming along and sharing that with us.
Pennington is pulled this time, but only for a single down to long leg. Yeah, I was and the good. Well, they're all good at this level regardless, but you see players, batters striding out to the wicket, and they always appear, confident. You have to be. You've obviously got that level of skill. You've been playing for years, regardless of how young you are. You've still gone through the age groups, etc., and scored a load of runs. But I spoke to Jack Haynes after he had a good knock at Derby, and he was saying that the first game of the season, how nervous he was walking out there. But the skill, part of the skill is conquering those nerves and not showing the opposition as you stride out there that you're nervous. You don't give anything away. But he said he was really nervous in that first innings. Next delivery is turned square on the leg side, and Bracey gets his account up and running with the last ball of the over. He's on 1, Dent is on 26, and at the end of the 20th over, that first innings lead of 74 has been extended by 57 because Gloucestershire are 57 for 1.
Yeah, there's one of those awful kind of cringe-making sort of coaching, self-motivation type sayings, the fake it till you make it type thing, but all too often, whether you want to call it that, whether you want to call it body language, it is such an important part of the game, not showing that weakness to the opposition. It's something you've got to have that inner self-belief as a player, or you won't make it. As Bracey clips that one away out into the mid-wicket area where it's fielded by Ben Gibbon, and there's no run. Notice there's already been a result in Division 1 where Hampshire have demolished Northamptonshire by an innings and 270 runs. A Northamptonshire batting lineup that really almost, I don't say the bowlers did nothing, of course they didn't, but it was a survival for Northamptonshire, really based on just a huge volume of runs that they managed to score last season. But already this season, 149 and 63 against Hampshire there, as Bracey plays a solid looking checked on drive, and it goes up to Leach at mid-on for no run. And only 3 bowlers used by Hampshire in that second innings, 22 and a half overs That's all it took. Lewis McManus, by the looks of things, didn't bat, so that obviously didn't help. But no Keith Barker in that game for Hampshire. I shuddered to think what the scores might have been if Barker had actually played. Tongue bowling to Bracey, good length outside off, and no stroke through to the keeper. But that is quite an effort from Hampshire to wrap that up already. You don't see too many games more one-sided than that. 482 for 8 declared, plays 149 and 63.
And James Vince got another big score, didn't he? 180 odd.
Yeah, yes. I think I actually read the report of that game from David Hobbs, and he said that James Vince had been talking about how he'd been feeling scratchy, was the word he used. And there's another leave from Bracey. It's been quite a tight one, but actually that one he could leave on length as well as on line. But yeah, I'd say 186 is probably an innings of somebody who's probably not feeling too scratchy anymore. 125 from Nick Gubbins as well. It's not actually the highest score of the round, that though, from Vince, because Keaton Jennings ending up retired hurt on 189. Tongue bowls a short ball, Bracey ducks underneath it. Make sure you duck right underneath those ones, with maybe the odd ball misbehaving. Ben Cox with the glove work behind the stumps. Yeah, Jennings looked as though from the picture that I saw it may have been cramp. Hopefully that's all it was, because it looked as if it was some sort of hamstring issue. And then extraordinarily, James Rue has claimed the following six dismissals. It's the last ball of the over is blocked by Bracey out into the offside. End of another over. Gloucestershire 57 for 1. Maiden from Tongue. They're pretty much just having to play him out here. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. And Bracey took 5 catches in Worcestershire's innings, but James Rue has taken 6 of the 7 Somerset wickets behind the stumps there. Just a bizarre looking scorecard, really.
Matthew Waite replacing Dylan Pennington at the New Road end. Just a word for Josh Tongue, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7, as you were saying, and it's really good to see him back on form. It was he looked more than anybody else that he'd struggled with the lack of pre-season games up at Derby, and was the radar was just didn't seem to be able to put 2 balls in the same place, or consecutive balls. But looking back to his old self today as Waite starts a new over, and we're not at the angle to see, but the way the batter played that, Chris Dent, it was as if the ball did an S, kind of went one way then out the other, because he was playing in one direction, then he went the other way, and in the end I don't think he actually played at it, but he seemed totally bamboozled by that one.
Yeah, he was almost getting twisted around in a circle.
Yeah, very solid looking bowler. Matthew Waite this time though, he's gone down the leg side, and good tumbling stop by Ben Cox and his sun hat away to his right.
Yeah, I think I just had a chance to have a look at that first delivery now, and it certainly has moved appreciably off the pitch. And Dent getting squared up by a ball that he thought was going to be on about middle, maybe middle and leg, ends up at least a couple of stumps worth outside off stump. But it was a really nice piece of bowling.
Yeah, again, and I think that just took the edge. I've got a support of the stand in front of me there, and I just had to dodge one way or the other, but I think that it just catch the edge and then drop short.
Yeah, it might even have been off the gloves actually, or at least certainly that sort of area, or maybe shoulder of the bat, anyway, high up on the bat by the looks of things. I mean, he's not wringing his hand, so I guess it probably was just the very top part of the bat, so he wasn't in control.
So asking a few questions in this over, Matthew Waite, but next deliveries played comfortably enough, full defensive from Dent. Just to run through the bowling figures for you: 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 19. Joe Leach. Ben Gibbons, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16. Josh Tongue, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. And Dylan Pennington, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15. The man out, Marcus Harris, caught behind off Tongue for 26 with the score on 51. Wait. It's the batsman coming forward, playing defensively, dropping it into the offside where the ever alert Brett D'Oliveira comes into field and handed on to Azhar Ali, who I saw went off for probably about 20 minutes with a looked like to be a finger injury. But with Azhar, I say he's always good value in the field. He's always injuring something. I've never seen anyone wring the hands so much as he does. Next delivery is outside the off stump, and went through a little bit quicker on that occasion. Ended the over 57 for 1, but I was out in the press box there, and we were all saying he's always good value as no matter what he does. And there was I just remember him at Derby just scrambling under the covers when the ball went under there, spending ages underneath there, and then didn't realise the ball had actually come through the other side of it. But he's always entertaining, but he's just one of those players that the ball never seems to go straight into the hands. It'll hit him on the knee or hit him on the he's always hitting him somewhere, or he's off balance. Which isn't say he's not a good fielder. He is a good fielder, but just one of those that the ball always seems to do tricks in front of him.
Yeah, I know the type you mean. Tongue starts a new over. It's played firmly by Bracey up to mid-on, but there won't be a run. He's rehearsing a shot where he just rolls the wrist slightly more just to work it wide of the mid-on fielder and into what is quite a sizable gap between mid-on and forward square leg. Well, I think particularly in club cricket, a lot of people would know somebody who was like that. I mean, I don't know, just as Tongue is in bowling and Bracey squirts that one down towards third man. They'll get 2, bit of hesitation about coming back for that second run, but it was Bracey who was calling it and was more interested than Dent, so they come through fairly easily. In the end, 2 runs to Bracey to move him to 359 for 1, and then there's there are the sort of the feeling of those players who just look to get their body behind it. There's nothing, there's nothing really interesting than necessarily just stopping it with the hands. There's the type that just puts the body on the line. Tongue bowls to Bracey, who gets an outside edge onto that one, but it goes down into the ground and well in front of Gibbon in the gully. But yet again, Josh Tongue is causing these Gloucestershire batsmen fits pretty much ball after ball, and I'm sure they cannot wait to get him out of the attack, and whether they can stretch him for another over after this. 6 is often the sort of magic number for quicker bowlers these days. Tongue to Bracey, who rises up onto his toes and blocks that one down into the ground up towards mid-off.
Talk about knocks on the fingers and likes, and the equipment's so much better now, so wicket keepers don't have the hands that the old wicket keepers used to have. And going way back when I was a kid, my dad was Birmingham, came from Birmingham, and Warwickshire had a wicket keeper called Tiger Smith back in before the 1920s, who was, I think he ended up being a coach to my dad.
Tongue to the crease now, bowls Bracey with a positive move forward to defend the ball back to the bowler.
And we met him one day, and he showed me his hands, and they were like duck's feet. Just so damaged and webbed with all, they used to have thin wicket keepers gloves with, okay, they'd have inners inside it, but all kind of knobbles all over his fingers and things. It was so different now to the equipment they used to have.
Tongue to finish off this latest over, and Bracey, I don't think he's got any bat on that. It'll get down towards the 45 position on the leg side, and indeed it is a leg bye. So 60 for 1 Gloucestershire after 23 overs of the innings. The brakes really having been applied by Tongue in particular, who's through 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. Magnificent spell of bowling from him. Gloucestershire's lead is 134. I suppose it also, you see the keepers with the fingertips all in bandages. It makes it look as though somebody's kind of slammed a piano lid onto their hands or something like that. Actually, I remember last season Hasib Hamid was like that. He had about 6 of his fingers seemingly in these massive, great big white plaster things.
First delivery of the new over. Waite bowling to Bracey. Plays comfortably enough from within the crease into the offside, and there's no run.
I mean, obviously not a keeper, but I don't know whether he'd had a particularly sharp blow to the gloves or something. It was extraordinary. It was just during that Nottinghamshire Royal London game last year. I've never seen anything like it. It really was just like, just as if his hands were sort of twice the size they should be.
Left-handed Bracey waits for this next delivery, drives nicely but doesn't time it. Straight up to mid-off where it's fielded by Pennington. Yeah, a lot of them like the fingers wrapped up as well, don't they? And I suppose the other thing is if you've wrapped them up for one game and you score a century, then chances are that they're so superstitious.
So there's that. The one that I like most of that is the Neil Mackenzie thing, where he had to have his bat taped to the ceiling in the dressing room. Next
delivery is allowed to go past and through to Cox, and no run.
Every game, every innings, he had to get the duct tape out and tape his bat to the ceiling, because apparently, as you could imagine, it was a dressing room prank to tape his bat to the ceiling, and then supposedly he went out and scored a ton and had to go off and do that. He was a really superstitious individual, Neil Mackenzie, former South African opening bat.
Bracey shuffles across his crease and just clips this square of the wicket on the leg side, beats the dive of Joe Leach, and will come through for 2 comfortable runs. Bit of blue sky in the distance at the moment.
Shocking, isn't it? I didn't even bring my sunglasses to the ground today, stupidly, so that's why it's happening. All I need to do is forget my sunglasses again tomorrow and the forecast will change.
It's all looking fine at the moment. So, did you say that? Someone said about 5 o'clock we're expecting rain, but no sign of that at the moment. Bit of sunshine as Waite bowls and driven defensively back to the bowler by the left-handed Bracey, who's on 5 from 20 deliveries.
Forecast changes so much. I mean, even just throughout the last hour or so, even for tomorrow, actually, tomorrow's now not looking quite as bad as had been suggested at times, but that's bound to change about 6 or 7 times before tomorrow morning.
Waite wearing 6 is clipped away through mid-wicket for another 2 runs. More chasing for, on this occasion, it's Gibbon to do. Waite takes his sleeveless sweater from Ian Blackwell, and the end of the over, 62 for 1, so add 74 for that. You get 1-3, it's gone on 64, 1-3-8 now the lead. He says, hopefully, with a dent on 26.
Yes, so I was trying not to leave you out to dry there. It was just, I happened to be looking at something else, and all of a sudden there were about 20 numbers in my ear.
I don't know why I even try. I think that's where we're at. But 64 for 1, Dent has 26 and Bracey has 7.
Just chose the wrong moment there to just look down and see whether anybody had posted anything on dear old social media. But anyway, 49 overs remain to be bowled today. Tea fixed at 4 o'clock, so got 40 minutes. Just under to go until then, and Joe Leach is back into the attack from the Diglis end, and that must have been a pretty tight leave. We're not in the ideal position to judge exactly how close that was, but just judging by where Cox took that ball, I don't think that passed Chris Dent's off stump by too much. Actually, looking at the replay, it was a bit further away than I thought, and that just proves the point, really. It was actually a relatively comfortable leave at the end, but just because of that right arm round the wicket angle, it potentially looked a bit closer, judging by the angle that Cox took it on. Here is Leach to Dent, and another leave through to the gloves of Ben Cox. Kent 160 without loss in reply to Essex's 451 for 5 declared, and the key part of that is that Zach Crawley is 113 not out from 104 balls with 21 fours and a 6. So he comes under a lot of criticism, does Zach Crawley, and some of it I think directed at the person rather than the people who put him in the position where he could come under that amount of criticism. But he scored runs in this one. Leach is in and bowls, and that's left outside off once more by Chris Dent, and the score remains 64 for 1 here.
Yeah, I think the thing with Zach Crawley is if you take him out, who do you put in? So it's...
Yeah, you're probably then putting somebody in like a Jennings or a Burns who's not going to do the same job as Crawley. And this is why, and I said this on day one, I think the selectors will really have their eyes on Ed Pollock, as that's down the leg side, and Dent tries to turn it away but misses it, and Cox does the mopping up behind the stumps. Because if he can come up with a volume of runs that rivals Zach Crawley, then I think he can be that type of player that plays the sorts of innings that Brendan McCullum in England want him to play. I mean, obviously there's a way to go, but you're rivaling Zach Crawley, who until this century had a first-class average under 30. Leach to bowl, forward goes Dent, watchful defence, and we fielded at point for no run. I mean, you've obviously seen a lot more of Ed Pollock than me, but
I think it's less about that. I think that selectors, or people choosing, whoever they may be, choosing test teams, look at different things to amount of runs, and they make their minds up very early whether somebody is test class or not. Go way back to Graham Thorpe. He was always one that was an England A tours, was going to be a test player come what may.
Leach to the crease now, bowls forward, Dent again, getting a decent amount to bat on that up to mid-on, but it's another tight over, 64 for 1 Gloucestershire. Lead is 138, and in fact that was Joe Leach's third maiden out of the 7 overs that he's bowled. Yeah, they make their minds up very early, and once their minds are made up, they'll stick with that person, and they'll be steered down a pathway, whether it's the A tours or whatever. And apologise to Worcestershire supporters who may be listening and have heard this story on many occasions I've told over the years, that going way back to the days when Steve James as new over starts and Waite bowls Bracey, he's defensively into the offside and no run. Steve James was scoring shed loads of runs for Glamorgan. He did play a couple of games for England, has to be said. But I was commentating then with a couple of ex-England players, and one still involved in the game in an administrative role. And I was chatting to them off air as this next ball is cut into the offside. D'Oliveira fields a no run, and I was saying to them, Steve James scoring all these runs, got to be close to the England side. And straight away the pair of them just said, not test class. It wasn't for debate, it was just minds made up, not test class, end of. And I still see a lot of that today, where if
you get the odd one that comes through just year after year doing it, as Waite is on his way again, driven back towards the bowler and up to mid-off for no run. And I think they make their minds up very early. I was shocked by that at the time, but as the years go by and you see who gets in, when they get in, or the pathway they're on, I think there's probably still a lot in the game, and it's difficult to force your way in if you haven't started or you haven't been recognised early on.
Yeah, I think that is definitely fair. And as a man standing at the non-strikers end in Chris Dent,
taken on the pad there, probably an inside edge onto the pad, Bracey, and there's no run.
You look at a first-class record, average over 37, 10,500 runs to his name now, and yet has got such surprisingly little recognition that, like you say, it seems as if you're in the setup early. At least that certainly was the case pre-McCullum. Anyway, it makes a huge difference.
Waite beats Bracey outside the off stump there. Moral victory to the bowler, but no wickets in the book.
And then, of course, you've got James Bracey, who actually pretty early on, and he would have been identified through, for example, his time at Loughborough University, really strong university with a terrific cricket programme. He was at uni with Sam Cooke, for example.
Waite is driven. Nice looking shot from Bracey. He's going to pick up runs here. May get 4. No, the slow outfield just holds it up, and they'll come through for 2, fielded by Gibbon.
But Bracey has been in and around that England setup, or had been for a while before he ended up making his debut, and even in the year of 2020 he was in the COVID bubble and didn't get to play very much that year at all. And it's one of those things where that actually, the effect of being in those bubbles all the time and not playing has to be kind of taken into account when you tell the story of James Bracey's career so far. And it's still easy to forget he's going to have his 26th birthday relatively soon, but he's still got a lot of cricket left in him. So in comes Leach to start a new over, bowling to Dent, who leans forward and defends out into the offside, and there's no run. But it's sort of, so you've got the contrast between the two players out there, almost effectively telling the story of what has often been.
But I think what they do is once they've recognised you, Crawley's probably a good example. He may, he's got a couple of big scores there as well. Once they recognise it, they'll stick with you. Whereas if you force your way in through, say, scoring a lot of runs, and they have to play you in the end or bowling. After this ball,
Leach to bowl. Dent works that one towards mid-wicket. No run again. So
someone like Crawley will be afforded a lot of failures. If you force your way in because of public opinion, press and all the rest of it, and you finally get your game, they'll give you a couple of games and they'll get rid of you pretty quickly. And I think there's been a lot of that over the years, where you wait a long time, you get in, you don't take your 5 wickets or don't get a decent score, and then you jettison pretty quickly.
Leach is in to bowl to Dent. Dent forward defence once more out into the covers. Runs continue to be hard to come by.
Day 3 then of the LV County Championship match at New Road, Worcestershire.
Just do an update for listeners to be. Gloucestershire 66 for 1 in their second innings, with Dent on 26, Bracey on 9. Marcus Harris, the one man out for 26 with the score on 51. The good steady bowling by Worcestershire. The 5 bowlers we've seen so far have prevented Gloucestershire from getting away, so they've got a healthy first innings lead of 74, and with the forecast as it is, another edge there from Chris Dent. So many edges from him of gone just short or between the slips. Another one there that's gone between the slips and down to the boundary for 4. But yeah, with the forecast as it is, you would be expecting Gloucestershire to go on the hunt for victory and looking to score quickly. But it's been good steady bowling, as I say, just keeping them in check so far in this second innings. But with 9 wickets in hand, they are building a healthy lead now. It's gone up to 144. The overall lead with 9 wickets still left. Dent has 30, Bracey 9, 70 for 1 in their second innings.
Leach, next delivery to Dent, gets in a very low position to defend a full ball back to the bowler, and frustration levels will be high amongst the Worcestershire bowlers because the way they bowled of late, they're certainly justified in feeling they should have more than the 1 wicket that they have so far. It was one of those innings, really the Worcestershire innings, where every edge seemed to be a catch, whether it was behind to Bracey or to the slips, and Worcestershire so far just seem to be having one of those innings where through a combination of catches being put down as Leach bowls to Dent, who turns that one away fine on the leg side. Not sure exactly how intentional that was. Leach's reaction would suggest that it wasn't, and he'll get a single for it and keep the strike to move to 31, score to 71 for 1, the lead 145. But there is a combination of the fact they have dropped a couple of catches and that things just haven't really quite fallen for them the way that it might have done on another day. I think just going back to the Crawley and kind of England opening position, they'd had a real kind of revolving door for a bit of time there, like Sam Robson, Adam Lyth, Mark Stoneman.
Waite starts new over, driven up to mid-off and no run.
And I think it really is almost a case of we're going to stop doing that now. It's just sort of laying down a marker of we're not just trying people out for a few tests here and there, and maybe you could argue it's potentially been taken a bit too far the other way, but there's this sort of new feeling around the England camp. You hear the sort of family atmosphere mentioned.
Next ball outside the off stump, not played at. Yeah, and well, I'm loath to say it, but I also think at the moment the people that you've with in terms of McCullum, Stokes, Key to a degree as well, it's not the old guard, it's not the old ways of doing things, and I think they will pick on what's seen, I think, more than has been the case in the past. Next delivery again is allowed to go past the off stump and through to Cox. So there's certainly people that have got a feel for the game. I think they don't care where you come from. You know, if they look at you and they think they're good enough, you're good enough, they will pick you or put you in there. It's not a question of, you know, who's come through various schools and the like. That these I think these are different characters, which can only be a good thing. Waite cut over the slips, so I think he went over the slips there. He wasn't in total control of it, got plenty on it though. Thick outside edge, I think, from Dent, and down to the boundary for 4. I tell you what, he's got a good edge on that bat.
They all do now. In fact, I think just having a look at that again, because I was not expecting that to go anywhere near
over?
that. It was the right off the Q end of the bat, and it's still flown down to the boundary. Yeah, these bats they get to bat with nowadays. Just imagine how many runs Bradman would have scored with these bats.
Well, you've got to make the most of your luck, and Dent's doing that because it's not been a fluent innings by any means, but the fact is he's still there and he's helping to build this score into a very useful lead.
Yeah, and really, Tom Price is the only batter who has somehow managed to look fluent on this pitch by playing a completely different type of innings.
Round the wicket, comes at weight, next delivery, and Dent allows it to pass through to wicketkeeper Cox.
Maybe with the exception of that opening partnership between Pollock and Libby, where for the most part they did it pretty comfortable. Actually, no, I'll revise that, because I think until Matthew Waite got out, actually Matthew Waite didn't really look in too much trouble. So I'll stick Matthew Waite in that column. But the vast majority of people have found it very tough going.
And the aforementioned Waite wastes a delivery here that Dent can leave alone and pass through to Cox. End of the over, 75 for 1, Dent 35, Bracey 9. Just to give you a couple of football scores, one result in the Premier League, Fulham 2, Leeds 1 from lunchtime, and there's only other one goal scored in the other 4 matches that's going on today. That's Leicester 0, Wolves 1.
Thrilling afternoon then.
Yeah. FA Cup semi-final later today, Manchester City against Sheffield United. And of course Wrexham could get promoted today. They're kicking off, I think, 6:30. And if they win that game, they'll be promoted.
Certainly know one of our colleagues who'll be keeping half an eye on that whilst he's covering the game at Lord's. Leach then resumes battle with Bracey. Bracey struck fairly high up on the pad, trying to turn the ball into the leg side. It comes out towards backward point, where D'Oliveira fields. Meanwhile, Yorkshire have come roaring back against Sussex in Division 2, where they were in big trouble, staring down a large first innings deficit this morning, Yorkshire, but they've had an excellent morning with the bat, with code 45 from 32. Leach bowls now to Bracey. Bracey just taps that one away out into the covers, not quite wide enough of extra cover to come through for a single, and so no addition to the total. But now Sussex 136 for 9, with a lead of 199, but you'd probably have to say Yorkshire have worked themselves into a position where they're probably favourites to win without knowing what's happening with the pitch. Maybe it is a minefield, and Sussex will have Ollie Robinson to help try and defend that score. Leach bowls to Bracey, is slightly jumpy leave, but manages to watch it through behind the stumps.
Raining at Taunton, so I wonder if that's on its way here.
Yeah, I saw they were off a bad light at Cardiff as well, but they're back on there now. Marnus Labuschagne was dismissed for 17. LBW to Ben Rain. Morgan 125 for 5 in reply to Durham's 471 for 9 declared. Leach runs in again and bowls, and trying to clip this one away fine was Bracey. Struck on the pad. There was a loud shout, I think, from, well, particularly from Pollock at first slip, who had his hands in the air quite some time after the ball had struck Bracey's pad, but not everybody went up for that one.
Mentioned Labuschagne there. I saw, I forget what I was watching, where some documentary, and off the pitch, really good values, nice bloke, and the most annoying person. And I thought, I can't put these two characters together.
Leach bowls a short ball. Bracey pulls it away. He's got that one nicely out of the middle of the bat, and that will be 4 runs through mid-wicket. Just got a bit of a half-tracker from Leach, one of the first bad balls he's bowled in this spell. He climbed into it and pulled it away for 4. So Bracey is moving on to 13. Gloucestershire 79 for 1. But he is. He was on. I think he was on the TMS podcast last year, or it might even have been 2 years ago. Which is, I think, the first time that in fact, I think it was 2 years ago, because he'd come over when most people hadn't during COVID. Leach moves in, bowls. Bracey works that one to mid-on, and that's a dot to end that over. Gloucestershire 79 for 1, so the lead above 150 at 153 now. And it, like you say, it was just, I almost wasn't expecting just what a lovely person he is. It just made it actually a bit more difficult to want him to get out without scoring every time he goes out.
Well, it's not just that, I mean, he's very, what's the word, eccentric with his batting, but when he's fielding, he's just all mouth and chirping away all the time. And it just complete opposite as Waite starts a new over. And this passes outside the off stump, taken by Cox. Just bizarre how different. I know that they do have different personas out there, but this was just so different. The family values, his beliefs. He's got I can't remember, a young child anyway. Big friends with Travis Head, and they were meeting up for coffee and with the child there, and it was just bizarre. As Waite this time forces a stroke from the batter. Dent turns it onto the leg side and no run. But he's a difficult watch when he's batting, isn't he?
Well, yes, you've got to stop yourself, as I think as an England fan especially, from getting irritated by it. But that's exactly what he's doing. Yeah. And actually, having said that, though, I'm not sure how much of it is that and how much of it is just Labuschagne keeping himself entertained, because clearly somebody that just needs to be doing something all the time.
Next delivery finds a defensive shot from within the crease by Dent into the offside and Oliveira fields.
And I think that's one of the reasons why he loves coming to Glamorgan, because Glamorgan will chuck him the ball. They will say, right, you can pretty much give him the freedom to go and field wherever he wants as well, but they bowl him a lot more than I suspect he gets to bowl when he plays for Queensland in the Shield. So I think it just really suits him.
Dent on 35. Well, tries to carve that away, and it's a very loose shot, and ball flew past the outside edge and through to Cox.
Yeah, it's quite an impatient shot really from Dent. He is struggling out there, and he'll feel it as well, and he's played that one really forceful crashing cut shot, but he's not had much to go on really of late, and that just looked like a shot of try and reverse the pressure.
Still round the wickets, and this time Dent gets in line, plays a defensive shot up to mid-off, and there's no run. It would be interesting if we are fortunate enough to have Alan Richardson up here after tea to see. I mean, I think Worcestershire are bowling well. Whether he actually agrees with that and say, well, they should have made them play more. Some of these things that they've kept the scoring rate down, but have they asked enough questions? You would say probably yes, because the amount of edges they've got. But this one is cut away for 4, and that's a loose delivery outside the off stump, and this time it's a simple cut through backward point for 4 runs by Dent. He moves on to 39 at the end of the over. It's 83 for 1. Bracey has 13, and that lead is now building to a very healthy one. But just going back to Alan Richardson, is to get his feel for things, and whether he's happy with what he's seen out there.
Yeah, and I think that, and it's been very rare, but that last delivery is the sort of delivery I think that would really annoy a bowling coach or just a coach, because the pressure was building. Dent had played a rash shot earlier on in that over, and there hadn't been a run off it, but then just that last ball right where Chris Dent likes it, so strong on that cut shot, and it sat up and asked to be hit just to release a bit of that pressure. Leach into Bracey, pitching it right up. Joe Leach trying to get through the defences of Bracey, but not this time. Up to mid-on it goes, and there is no run. Yeah, be very. In fact, I think I shall probably just eavesdrop in the next little mini box there if we do get Alan Richardson in the evening session, because it's always great when a current player, current coach wants to come on and talk, and will give up their time that way, as Bracey is beaten again by Leach. Just enough lift there, presumably probably a bit of movement off the pitch as well, judging by the way that it was played. But yet again, Worcestershire don't get what they were after.
I think I think what he'll say is we've been really unlucky. They've bowled well, and just on another day they might be 83 for 6.
Yeah, and from a Gloucestershire point of view, they'll be saying, well, we've just got to try and tough this out. Leach is in to bowl once more. Bracey with a high elbow defends back up the pitch, and Leach does the fielding. And really, credit to the Worcestershire bowlers, because I just don't think the lead was quite big enough, and the pitch of a type where Gloucestershire, and especially with there still being 45 overs left in the day after this, well, pardon me, it's 43 actually, but I don't think they could have really gone harder at it. Leach to Bracey, clipped away, but only as far as mid-wicket, and there's no run there. They would have liked to have scored quicker than they have, and I think it was about 3 and over or so when I was saying, I think it was whilst David Payne was on commentary, I was saying this would have been pretty close to the ideal start whilst Harris was still there, but they found it much heavier going since then, and I think it's the consciousness of not wanting to collapse. Leach bowls to Bracey, tries to cut that one away, and it goes through to the keeper, but it's a shot which he was trying to kind of lay back on and play a cut shot off a full-ish delivery, or certainly a ball that didn't bounce masses anyway, just underlining some of the difficulties that batters have had playing their shots on this, really, with the most notable exception being Tom Price, who somehow managed to stand and deliver and played one of the most extraordinary innings that you're likely to see. Leach in to Bracey, played up the pitch again, and Leach tosses that one back towards Ben Cox. Another really tidy over is completed. That's 4 maidens now for Leach in his 10 overs, and he's been unfortunate not to have got a wicket. I think Leach probably more so than any bowler is counting himself very unlucky not to have got one by now.
Another change in the bowling. I think Gibbons coming on. Indeed he is. Just to emphasise the point I was saying about them, just keeping Gloucestershire in check. The run rate 2.69, so they've certainly not let them get away. And I suppose they've taken the edge on several occasions, but no full-throated LBW appeals, or other than the edge, nothing. Haven't really asked any other questions of the batters. Gibbon, left armour, outside the off stump, and Dent, plenty of experience, been there a long time. He's on 39 now, just swivels at the hips and gets out of the way and lets it go through to Ben Cox. Ben Cox back in the side for this game, head of Gareth Roderick, has picked up a finger injury at Durham. So feel a big match for Cox this, because especially if he does bat again, he's been out for some time for various reasons. Didn't start the season as Dent plays a full defensive to the next delivery, and there's no run. Waitfield's on the leg side. So with Cox in the side, it's a matter of him actually saying, right, now you've got to dislodge me. Got 15, I think, did he, in the first innings? Yeah. He's always going to be tidy behind, behind the stumps. But if he gets another opportunity with the bat, can he make it count and keep Roderick out of the side? Next delivery, again, within the crease. Played defensively by Dent into the offside. D'Oliveira feels, because, going back to Gareth Roderick, he had a pretty wretched start to his time here at New Road, and then suddenly came good in the middle of last season, and hasn't looked back since. And the trouble is with the wicket keepers, just the one obviously place in the side, is you have a bit of misfortune and you can spend a long time out of the side. Gibbon bowls, looks like on the stumps, and Dent comfortably keeps it out. No run.
Yeah, I think this would have been his first class game against his former county had he played since the move, and I believe from memory he played in the Royal London game in 2021 against Gloucestershire, which was his first game against his former county, but this would have been the first opportunity in the Championship.
Left-handed Dent. This next delivery wafts outside the off stump, and he's had a tendency to do that, hasn't he? As if he runs out of patience and then tries to cut. That would have been it was more of an uppercut, that one there, almost a one-day shot, but steps back from it, so he's not static when he actually plays the shot. Were his feet moving as he played the shot there?
It's an odd one, because it sort of seems to be there for the shot, but
leaves this next one and outside the off stump. End of the over, 83 for 1. Dent remains on 39, made from 98 balls now. Bracey has been there for 40 balls for his 13. Gibbon 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 16, 83 for 1.
And it is a shot he likes, but I've actually, just by fluke, managed to freeze it at just the right point, and you can see the ball directly behind the bat. He's just late on it, and then he tries to kind of finish with that follow-through as if to realise that he's late on it, and then tries to kind of think about the uppercut over the slips because he's late on it.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I just think maybe again it underlines the difficulty of playing that shot on this pitch. Leach to Bracey, who drives aerially. He wasn't in control of that, but it does go wide, a backward point, and will go for 4. Just about beats third man coming round. He does drive a lot in that region, does James Bracey, but to my eye anyway, whether that's correct or not, just did look as if maybe he wasn't in full control of that. He would have known that there was a big gap there between backward point and extra cover, but equally I suspect he probably would have liked to have kept that down a bit more, but it doesn't really matter now because it's gone for 4. 87 for 1. Gloucestershire's lead 161. Leach now to Bracey, who's rising up to play that one down into the ground and out into the covers, and there's no run.
I think with 9 wickets in hand, if they start to attack after tea, they're going to be in a position to declare and leave Worcestershire perhaps 5 overs the end of the day, if we get a 4 days play, because we've still got 41 overs. So yeah, if they score at 4 and over for 30, say 30 overs, 120, they're going to be up around 300, aren't they?
Leach moves in now and bowls, very short ball, which Bracey manages to get on top of, and with a fielder out at deep square, is just content to play it into the ground and in front of square on the onside, and gets 2 more runs. 19 to him now. And Gloucestershire have got a because they are playing the extra batsmen in this game, they have got plenty of players who can accelerate the scoring rate. Van Buren himself, and if Miles Hammond plays the type of innings that he could play, Jack Taylor, Leach to Bracey, and there's no shot. And I just think with the top order, it was important to get through a period which, you know, you could say maybe now as they're getting towards tea, after tea is the period where they've then got through that period where they'd feel as if, okay, even if we lost, say, 3 or 4 quick wickets, we'd still hope to be in a position where we'd feel as though Worcestershire might have to, say, get the highest score of the match to win the game. But whether they will see it that way, I don't know. Leach in and bowling. Bracey turns that one towards backward square, comes through for a quick second run here as O'Reilly gets the throw in quickly, but Bracey came through sharp for that second run and moves into the 20s with that 2. He's on 21 and Gloucestershire 91 for 1. They've tended to be, and this is really only a kind of a sample size of 2, but they were, and I think rightly so, others didn't agree, but I think rightly so, quite conservative in that opening game of the season against Glamorgan, because they'd overturned such a huge first innings deficit. Leach bowls to Bracey, who presses forward, nice looking push into the covers, where he's only going to get 1, actually. There's a good bit of fielding running back there to keep it down to just that single, but profitable over that for James Bracey in particular. How many do we have off that? 9, I think, in the end. All to Bracey, 92 for 1, lead of 166. And then you think back, Gloucestershire fans will think back to that Somerset game last year, where it was actually sort of not too dissimilar in that there was a lot of rain forecast on the final day. We barely played, and in the end it sort of wouldn't have mattered, but Gloucestershire supporters were frustrated at the fact that Gloucestershire batted quite slowly, very slowly at times on that third day. So having seen that game in particular, I'm not sure how Gloucestershire will play it, but there is this onus in Division 2 and with 5 for the draw to get results.
Yeah. Gibbon starts new over. Bracey within the crease. Just deflects the ball out to a short point position where Libby and Oliveira converge on the ball. No run. Yeah, the 5 points is the key thing. Is you the gamble is the 5 points going to make a lot of difference. But of course, the flip side of it is if you do lose it, the opposition gain a shedful.
It still means something for that reason.
Yeah. Gibbon bowls and forward defensive from Bracey, and there's no run. Gibbon in his follow-through fields. Yeah, and it's how much they actually have. Let's have a look at today. Believe the forecast, and if they bat on, is there just no chance of getting a victory, or as if they do accelerate, manage to give Worcestershire a difficult period of time tonight, and you do pick up a couple, you need obviously less time tomorrow, but that's why the captains get paid the extra bucks. As Gibbon bowls, and again from within the crease, Bracey defensive drive into the offside where Oliveira fields. Must be warming up out there. I was just, as I say that, Oliveira, no he's not, he's handed his sweater to the umpire. Is he going to have an over before? No, he's not. May get one over him before T. Oliveira at the Diglis end. Time coming up towards 4 o'clock. Got 3 balls left in this over. Down the leg side and helped on its way for 4 runs by Bracey there. Loose delivery from Gibbon. And easy pickings there for Bracey to just help, it's on its way. Just a little flick off the legs. And even on this outfield, that one flew down to the boundary for 4.
I think I said this even on day 1. Sometimes you're better off bowling way down the leg side than there, because there you're just going to be picked off with that fine leg glance. If you're a little bit further down the leg side, then so often you see it missed.
Gibbon again on leg stump this time, and turned onto the leg side. No run there, fielded at mid-wicket by Josh Tongue.
It's been a useful little burst of scoring this from Bracey. It's 13 runs in the last 11 deliveries, and he hasn't really taken many risks in doing that, but just without looking like he's giving his wicket away, he's moved the score along a little just before tea.
Leaves the next, just a little shuffle in front of the stumps there from Bracey, but ball going outside the off stump, and we are going to see an over of spin from Brett D'Oliveira, who was keen to get on with things, may have been just looking at the clock and thinking I can get an over here if we're quick about it. So he'd already given his sweater to the umpire, Chris Watts.
He's going to need to be on the minute drill if he wants to get it in. I don't think there's any hope of sneaking in an extra over of Gibbon.
He's played perfectly into my captain's handbook that I mentioned this morning,
Indeed.
which is before an interval, it's compulsory to have an over a spin.
Yeah, I must say my first thought was that as soon as he gave that sweater to umpire Watts.
I'm
but
sure it's
we'll
on page 1, chapter 1.
Yes. What it does mean is we'll be finishing on tee, finishing at 40, pretty much on time. Oh, Dent's had a go at D'Oliveira here, and he's got a full delivery which is lifted high in the air down the ground, and it's gone all the way for 6.
And that's why it often, very seldom works, because you've had no time to really prepare yourself and get into any rhythm, and you offer a bunger like that, and most club cricketers would have put that one away.
Underlines also Gloucestershire not just thinking about the tee interval. Forward goes Dent, drives firmly down the ground. It's a nice shot, but it's a good piece of fielding up at mid-on. Who's that up there? Is it Gibbon up there?
No.
Long way away.
Is it Tongue?
In comes D'Oliveira, bowls to Dent, just tickled away behind square on the onside, and it will be 1 run. So Dent on to 46. Gloucestershire 103 for 1. Gloucestershire head coach Dale Benkenstein walking round the boundary with David Payne, who came on a bit earlier. And I just suppose, just a reminder, if you do want to listen back to David Payne and his BBL exploits, as D'Oliveira is in. Forward goes Bracey, defends into the covers. No fielder there, with the fielder out at deep cover, so that's a simple single to Bracey to move him to 27. Then you can go onto the BBC Sport website, find this BBC Hereford and Worcester stream if that's not where you're already listening, as that's a shorter delivery from D'Oliveira and pulled round the corner by Dent for a single out to deep backward square. All you've got to do is go to around about 2 o'clock on that stream, and if you're particularly desperate, you can listen back to that if you missed it.
It's a horrible over this.
Last ball of it. Few, says my colleague, as it's a good delivery, which is forward defended by Bracey to complete the session. So just Marcus Harris out. Cox bowled Tongue, looking to cut the ball over the top of the slips for 26. And these two, Bracey and Dent, have put on 54 for the second wicket after an opening stand of 51. Not been without lives given, have, well, Dent in particular, but Worcestershire, I think, for the most part, bowled pretty well without a huge amount of luck, but Dent and Bracey have seen Gloucestershire through to tea. The lead is 178, and we see what mood Gloucestershire are in when they come out the other side.
Yeah, that leads a bit of a concern now. 178, and if they do accelerate, as I said, there's still 38 overs remaining. And if you work backwards and think, okay, they might want to have 5 overs tonight, or 5, 6. the press box, and the forecast for tomorrow is okay until about 2 o'clock, when it gets a bit iffy from then. But things can change, so I would have thought that well, if Gloucestershire are going to be positive or are going in search of the win, then they've surely got to accelerate in this final session.
Yeah, and I think they've probably got to start it pretty quickly as well. I'm not sure they can really afford to use up too many overs before they put the foot down, because whilst the forecast for tomorrow seems to be ever changing, and actually the one that I'm looking at says potentially it's more sunshine and showers from around about 2-3 o'clock. So if it were that and you got lucky, then who knows, you might get quite a lot of play in tomorrow, although there is still this heavy rain tonight. So the one thing that you can be pretty sure of looking out the window now is that the overwhelming likelihood is we're not going to get all these 38 overs in tonight. So therefore I think Gloucestershire have got to potentially put their foot down.
Well, we'll soon find out, because Ben Gibbon is bowling the first over after tea, and he's immediately cut away. But perhaps Worcestershire were expecting that, because Azhar Ali has been dispatched onto the cover boundary, and it restricts them to one there. That certainly the indication from that from Dent, he was going to get on with it. But that said, he's played a few of those cuts in his innings so far. Some he's managed to connect with, and some have just whisked past the outside edge.
Yeah, I think probably that one ball not quite enough to tell, but he certainly went hard at that one.
Bracey now on strike. Gibbon drives but doesn't middle it straight to D'Oliveira at cover, and I think the little over of spin that we saw from D'Oliveira is an experiment that's been undone and we won't see again today.
No.
I didn't see actually how many it went for in the end. Was it about
9.
10? Was it 9? Oh, it's better than I thought it was. After that awful first delivery that was hit for 6. It's Bracey, 2 left-handers at the wicket. Always beaten there with just fenced it a quicker delivery from Gibbon outside the off stump. He tried to make out that he hadn't played the shot and just brought the bat back in, but I think the ball had already gone past when he did that, and it was a good delivery from Gibbon.
Yeah, it's swinging as well, actually. Swinging a decent amount, maybe a bit of movement off the pitch as well, but it's done plenty, and Bracey's been drawn into playing at a ball that was moving away from him.
Gibbon, this time a ball that moved after it had gone past the stumps, and so it might be an away swinger that in the end Cox took on the other side. But of course the other thing that can happen here is they can go hard at it, lose a couple of quick wickets, and suddenly they have to start shutting up shop.
Yeah, potentially, for sure. It'd be interesting to see what they do. I mean, I don't think they change their order at all, because the next 2 due in are Miles Hammond and Graham van Buren, and those 2 certainly players who can play very different types of innings depending on the situation.
Well, there's runs short on leg stump from Gibbon, and he's been pulled away for 4 just in front of the hotel, and that was a meat and drink. You don't need to go looking for boundaries when you've served up balls like that, and that was put away, and Gibbon just shaking his head as he makes his way back to the end of his run up.
Yeah, exactly. With a team that's looking potentially to score, the one thing you absolutely don't want to do is give them opportunities to score without really much risk, and I'm afraid that delivery was just such an opportunity.
It's a better delivery, that although he doesn't have to play at it, again I think a bit of away movement there, and good judgment by the batter. 110 for 1 at the end of the over. Bracey has moved on to 31 from 59 deliveries, and Dent is 2 away from a half century. He's on 48 from 103.
So we were talking about 5 and over being potentially, I'm not saying that that's what they have to score at, but they've got 5 runs off that over, just pretty much entirely from a short wide ball for a single to start the over and a short ball towards the end of the over. So you actually don't have to go that hard to score at 5 and over, especially nowadays. So really, if they're going to give you the opportunity to score at that rate for Gloucestershire, then that's they'll take that all day long. But maybe rather more tricky if Josh Tongue is bowling the way that he was bowling in the afternoon session. He was superb. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9, and Dent, who is on 48, will be facing up to him. Tongue in and bowls. Dent has been, I think, beaten by that one. He didn't follow it with the hands, but well, actually he did have a bit of a nibble at it looking at it again, and Tongue's again just got a bit of nip off the seam and beaten him on the outside edge. Nice line, nice length, and it just shows you really what there is available on this pitch. And I think at this point, with a lead of 184, Gloucestershire are more pleased to see that than Worcestershire. As Tongue bowls, and that's dabbed by Dent, almost one-day style, down towards third man for a single. That is all. And the score on to 111 for 1. Dent 49.
Very little's gone uppishly forward of the wicket, hasn't it, in this second innings?
Yeah. Been some nicks that have gone through the slips, almost literally through the slips on a couple of occasions as well. There was the one uppish drive towards point from Bracey, but not much. I doubt there will be with Tongue bowling either, with the pace that he's generating. As he bowls to Bracey, he drives off the bottom of the bat. You could tell that just by sound, even if you didn't see him examining the bottom of that bat. It just had that characteristic, almost sort of tinny noise as he tried to drive it, and picks out D'Oliveira. But
well, Bracey, Harris have both been looking at the bottom of the bats, haven't they? And and with Dent, has been looking at the edge.
Yeah, and for quite a different reason from the opening game of the season against Glamorgan, where the pitch was really slow, quite low. It was just constantly seemed to be hitting everybody on the toe of their bats as Bracey tries to whip that one away into the leg side, but does not make contact with it other than with his thigh pad, and will get a leg bye to add to Gloucestershire's score, so the superstitious amongst the Gloucestershire faithful can put both legs back on the ground now as it's 112 for 1. So, a leg bye, meaning it's not been many extras in this inning so far, just 6. Couple of leg byes and 1 no ball from each of Leach and Tongue, who is charging in and bowling very full, and Dent works that one wristily out into the mid-wicket area. There's a huge gap there for him. He picks up 2, and that is a half-century for Chris Dent. So he's scored a couple of half-centuries this season, both in the second innings, 78 against Glamorgan, and now 51 not out here. 106 deliveries, 7 fours, and that's 6 off D'Oliveira in the last over before tea. It's been a battling 50, I think you would say. He's had a fair amount of tough bowling to negotiate, and he's in trouble again here potentially, as there's a shout for leg before wicket from, again, it's Pollock leading the appeal from first slip, but not everybody was as interested in it as he was, and Chris Watts certainly wasn't. And Tongue It was a bit late into the appeal. I think it was looking at it again. There's quite a few things that might have potentially been wrong with it. He's completely beaten him, but it struck him quite high up, round about off stump angle, maybe taking it past off, but I think it was going over the top. But again, Tongue underlining both his quality and the fact that it's still not very easy out there. 114 for 1.
Gibbon to continue, left arm over, short and pulled away for 4 by Bracey. Again, loose delivery. In a bowl short like that, you've got to have a bit more pace. That one just sat up and said, pull me, which he did, backward as square, even though they've got a fine leg down there. It's well placed and put enough on that one to for the ball easily to get home for a boundary. He moves on to 35, 118 for 1.
Just the odd ball now does, when they really bang it in short, seem to be sitting up much more than it was on day one. There was that kind of trampoline bounce then.
Next delivery, played defensively onto the leg side. Leach Fields coming in from mid-on and no run.
I think back to Graham Van Buren's dismissal in the first innings, where, I mean, he's, as a person of not quite such high stature, we'll put it that way.
Day 3 of the LV County
Come back to that.
between Worcestershire and Gloucestershire. Here's Chris Williams.
Just a couple of overs after tea, but too many loose deliveries from the Worcestershire bowlers so far. With they've taken the score on from 105 for 1 to 118 for 1. Brace is on 35. Dent's gone to 51. That 50 coming from 106 balls, 7 fours, and the 6 that he hit off D'Oliveira the final over before tea. But no signs of any discomfort for these Gloucestershire batsmen since tea, and you get the impression they're starting to look to put the accelerator down now. And if we are to see the last 36 or the full 36 overs that are due to be bowled today, then they could be in a very strong position with probably half an hour or so to go, and more runs down here pulled down towards fine leg for another single. But the one thing both sides will be keeping an eye on at the moment is the weather that seems to be coming in from the west side of the ground. It's looking pretty threatening over there at the moment, but we're still playing. Gloucestershire in their second innings, 119 for 1. That's an overall lead of 188. So one more to the total there as Gibbon bowls, and it's cut away down to Azhar Ali, and I think the way the game is panning out at the moment, Alan Richardson, we were hoping to have with us, is well, he's out on the boundary at the moment having a chat with Kadir Ali, and so delighted to say that his able substitute is none other than Paul Pridgeon, man of these parts for many a year, and a man in the know as far as everything that's going on with Worcestershire. And just wait for him to get settled in. Paul, thanks for joining us and welcome.
It's a pleasure.
And well, if we start off at the end of that over, well, just about to give the score before the scoreboard went down, so Crane and Neck 121 for 1 now. As far as this game's concerned, how do you see things going at the moment?
Well, I think it's a very interesting phase of play, because the ball is very much in Gloucester's court here. They're in a strong position. They've got two choices for me. They can either really look to be positive and kick on and set a target of 300 plus for a chase tomorrow, or they can play possibly a little bit more negatively and just knock it around and look to take some time out of the game then tomorrow morning. I think their best chance of winning this game is by being positive now and setting a stiff run chase in the 3 sessions available tomorrow.
Pick up another single there, pull off Tongue's first ball of the over. Yeah, I was saying if they score around about 4.5, 5 and over, which is a big ask for the bulk of the session, if we're lucky enough to see the full number of overs today, they could give themselves a little dart for perhaps 5 overs at the end of the day, where if they can make inroads into the Worcestershire second innings, it will set them up nicely, and obviously allowing for some weather tomorrow just gives them a little bit more time.
Yeah, it's a very good point. The one thing I would say is that I think they've only got 3 fit seamers, and this surface has been responsive for the seamers, and I'm not sure that it will turn, and I think at the back of their mind they may just have a situation where they don't want too long a chase, because the seamers are then going to have to bowl a lot more overs. So I don't know, and that's why I think this phase of play is going to be really interesting, because I think it's going to tell us what their plans are.
Worcestershire bowlers have bowled pretty well in this second innings without any luck, and the man bowling at the moment, Josh Tongue, good to see him back in form. You can see the rhythms there again as the next delivery outside the off stump that Dent lets go through to Ben Cox, but he looks more like his old self today.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's like having a new signing back for us, really, having sort of lost him for the bulk of the last 2 years through his injury problems, having got him back fit, well and bowling. As I said earlier, it's like having a new signing on board.
And having lost so much of pre-season, he probably more than anybody else looked rusty up at Derby for the first game of the season. There's a bouncer that Dent just drops underneath it, but with those overs under his belt now, he looks the real deal. 7.3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. He's bowled very well this innings. He has something else that our other bowlers don't have. He's just that little bit quicker, and he's got that little bit of height which generates more bounce and a steeper bounce than the rest of our bowling attack. So he is really very important to us.
He's again now bowling from the Diglis end, and Dent turns him on the leg side. A bit of a chase for Joe Leach here, and he'll restrict them to 2. The score on to 124 for 1. Bowled pretty well without any luck in this second innings, you think, the Worcestershire boys?
Yeah, if I was being critical at all about the cricket we've played so far this year, it would be that we haven't, as a unit, bowled as well as I think we're capable of. But I think second innings here, although it sounds silly really when the score's 124 for 1, I think this is the best spell of bowling we've produced all year. And I think we've not had a lot of luck. Yeah,
balls, I mean, next ball is just played into the offside, no run, ended the over 124 for 1. It's, what have we had, 39 overs. I don't think I've seen, especially up till tee, so many that have gone through the slips or just dropping short of them. And Chris Dent, fair play to him, he's on 54 not out, but he's had a few lives, and at one point I thought of the number of times the edges had gone through. They could have easily been 80 for 6 rather than 80 for 1 as they were at that time.
Yeah, you're right again. It's one of those whereby if we'd have held our catches here, they would be in a different position. And that's one thing we have. That's the one disappointment for me today. We haven't caught well.
Gibbon starts a new over, bowling to Bracey, drops him into the offside, and there's no run. Just looking at the start of the season as a whole, another positive, Matthew Waite has probably produced more than you could have hoped for at this early stage.
Yeah, he's done very well. I was up at Derby when he got his 100. He played very, very well. What I would say to you is that I spoke to Tim Boone, who was one of his batting coaches at Yorkshire before we signed him, and we knew he could bowl, but Tim Boone actually said to me, I see him as a guy who can bat in your top 6, and I think that's been proved right actually. And I think he gives us. We were all worried when Ed Barnard went that it left a huge hole at number 6. I actually think Waity could bat at 6 and 7 for us and do very well for us.
Short delivery from Gibbon has just been pulled backward a square for 4 by Bracey. He's moved into the 40s now, 42, and the score on to 128 for 1. So yeah, that's very much a plus point, and he settled in. I know he was here on loan last season, but the loss of Barnard certainly in these first 3 games has been offset by Waite coming in and settling in so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely right, and the fact that he can bowl a few overs here and there as well just takes a little bit of pressure off the frontline bowlers and gives us other options.
Yeah, I mean, he bowled a few overs up in the first innings, 4 wickets I think, up at Derby, and looked very settled in that, very comfortable in himself, as though you say he can bowl a few overs, and only bowled 1.5 overs I think in the first innings here. As next delivery off a thick outside edge into the offside, Oliveira tumbling downfields and there's no run. Looks as though he could probably bowl some pretty long spells if required.
Yeah, I think he's that type of bowler. I think he is the sort of guy who can bowl 6, 7, 8 over spells and fill in for you, particularly on wickets when we get into the summer months when the wickets are a little bit harder. He's what I would call a typical Yorkie, really. Cricket's in his blood. He loves it. He plays his game very hard. He knows his own game very well. And I just think he'll be a very good all-round acquisition for us.
Gibbon dropped another short one there that's been pulled for another 4, so they've got to be careful here that they don't allow Gloucestershire to just get away. That's 2 4s in the over from Ben Gibbon. Gibbon is good to see him in the side, and signed his new contract, and always like to see a player that's not necessarily come through the normal cricket pathway, if you like, that knows what life's about through working on building sites, etc., and then really appreciate it when they make it into the game.
Yeah, he's done it the hard way. He's earned his chances. He's come in and done well. So what we're seeing a little bit here at the moment is a little bit of naivety. He's bowled poor lengths here since tea. There's a bit of a challenge here now for Brett as well from a captaincy point of view, in that he's now got to work out how he's going to slow this down and pull it back. So there's challenges all round here, both for the bowler and for the captain.
Yeah, well, he's just bowled another one down the leg side that Bracey has got a little tickle to. It's gone fine for 4, and Bracey with that has gone on to 50 from 72 balls with 8 4s. And they are starting to put the hammer down here, Gloucestershire, now, as we thought they probably would, to get themselves into a very strong position. But start the way the season's gone. We're 2.5 games through. Delighted with that first win at Derby, no doubt, and then disappointment at Derby and at Durham, sorry, and then. I wasn't here on Thursday, but looking at the scorecards, and you think 40 odd for 5, and on the way to another victory, and just like this game, probably because of Price has kind of got away from them a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the start of the season, it was a great start, winning the game at Derby, taking it on to Durham. I thought it was a very bold decision of Brett's to declare and look to win the game rather than settle for a draw. But I felt that his bowling attack let him down a little bit, and they got away and got into a situation where they've set us a longer chase than we would have liked. And that's what we have to be careful of here now as well, because the same thing can happen here unless we chip a wicket. We could do a chip and a wicket out here, one of these two out and opening and end up, because at the moment they're scoring at a rate which could take them to a declaration before the close of play today, which I think will make it tougher for us.
Yeah, short delivery from Tongue there that's been pulled away by Dent to the square mid-wicket boundary. So yet another boundary. So they're starting to add up. In Sin's tee, looks like Dylan Paddington is just limbering up in front of us. Next delivery outside the off stump. Good tumbling stop by Ben Cox. Good to see him back in the side, Ben Cox.
Yep, absolutely. And he's kept very well in this game, I think. He's caught a couple of steeplers as well as one or two that he's had to dive to the side to take. His glove work's been very good. He looked actually quite comfortable with the willow as well yesterday until he got out. But yeah, we're very fortunate. We've got two very capable guys in Ben Cox and Gareth Roderick, both with the gloves and with the bat.
You referred to Brett and captaincy. I'm just talking about captaincy in general now. Is people kind of very often become captain through experience and being a long-serving player, etc. This next delivery is a better one from Tongue that possibly beats the outside edge. Might have just played inside that one. Chris Dent went through to Ben Cox. But when players are developing, and is it the experience that they become captain, or when you are captain, is there kind of you get batting coaches, bowling coaches, and all the rest of it, and you have the coaching. Who actually helps the captain out and helps them develop the captaincy skills?
I think they pick up certain bits of that from all their coaching team, but on the same score, it's very much about people and it's about understanding people. What you have with Brett is a very intelligent, sensitive young man. I think he understands the young guys that he's working with. And I think they respect him and look up to him. For me, he is the right choice to captain our side. He will make a very good captain. He is a very good captain, but it takes a lot of learning, and it's very early days from him. He will make mistakes, but he'll get the bulk of it right.
And do they often have mentors, captains, a mentor that they could go to for just going to after this delivery, which is quite a wild one. In fact, it's been called wide by the umpire. I think he got that one all wrong, did Josh Tongue. But as with many kind of management roles, it can be a lonely job, can't it? You take all the responsibility on. Coach can often be involved in so many parts of the game. So is there any kind of mentoring that captains can look towards to help them when in those lonely moments outside the game? So in the game you're obviously into it, you can't do anything then, but outside, in between games.
Yeah, I think very much that's the case. I think in all of our working lives we've had people we look up to, we've had people we respect, and people that if you're having a tough time, you can go and have a little chat with and get the right information. And Brett's very sensible. I'm sure that's exactly what he will do. He does talk to a lot of people. He's very close to Joe Leach, for instance, and Joe did the job for 5 years and did a very good job of it. And he will pick on his senior players and the people he respects, and he'll go and have a chat with them, and he'll formulate his ideas from that.
Another over ticks by 141 for 1. Dent on 58 and Bracey 55. I spoke to Joe, interviewed him I think after the third day at Derby, and him stepping back from the captaincy. Didn't actually interview him last season, and you forget actually what a thinker he is. I was really impressed, and once you haven't spoken to someone for 18 months, you forget, and he was very eloquent. He was thinking about the game. He wasn't getting too up, too down about it. And as you said, must be a good foil for Brett and the other players in the side.
Yeah, very much so. What Joe has, Joe's a very level. Firstly, he's a very intelligent young man, but he's very level. He doesn't get too up, too high. He doesn't get too low. He understands the game. He's played it a long, long time. He knows that you have to deal with certain situations in certain ways. And as I said earlier, that is one of the reasons he'll be a great mentor for Brett.
So Pennington starts a new over and turned onto the leg side to wait by Bracey, and there's no run. And if we look ahead, early part of the season, what are the hopes for this coming season? Bit of a change with the likes of Barnard going out, an established player, Brett establishing himself now, a couple of years into the captaincy, change of coach, so bit of a transitional period. What's the hopes for this year?
I asked the lads a question earlier on in the year and said, what is success for you? Because for me, success is improvement. We are looking to progress, we're looking to go forward, we're looking to develop as both a white ball side and as a red ball side. And for me, if we improve on where we were last year in red ball cricket, then that has to be a massive plus. Obviously, we'd love to win promotion. We'd love to win a one-day competition, but there's 18 other first-class counties all wanting to do the same thing. It's not that easy. But for me, it's just important that we maintain a level of progression and develop. And I'm pretty confident we can do that. As far as the white ball game is concerned, we have no option but to improve. We were very poor in it last year. We feel confident that we've signed two really good guys as overseas who are going to provide that impetus for us. And these lads are desperate to put right the wrongs of last year, particularly in the blast. So yeah, I'm optimistic. We've got targets. We want to get better. We just have to make sure that we tick all the right boxes along the line to do that.
Another single picked up there to take the score onto 142 for one. I think you and I are probably similar ages, and the gap between the players and people of our age gets bigger, and it can feel quite wide at sometimes, can't it? And it's very much a kind of wanting everything now to kind of mentality with generations, and that's fine. That things just move on. But when you're looking for your overseas players, is it really important to get the right characters that can be the people they're looking up to, and rather than the likes of our age are still there, but they need to identify with somebody in that younger group but successful and international group that they can look up to and learn from.
Yeah, very much so, and it's very difficult actually. The game progresses so much, and I have to keep kicking myself at times because I often think back to the era I played in and think, oh, we did it this way then, we did it that way. The game has moved forward, and you talked about mentors earlier on. I look at people now playing the game and think, I really like what he does. He does it the way I would want to do it, and I keep trying very hard to make sure that my judgment on what I'm doing goes forward as these boys do. So it is difficult, and I feel extremely old at times, and I feel extremely frustrated when we have a day like yesterday where we got into a fantastic position and into a position to dominate the game and then didn't quite see it through. But you have to take your foot off the pedal a little bit and look back and look at it the other way, in that young Tom Price for Gloucester yesterday had one of those days that he'll probably never have again. He's got 100 and he's got a hat-trick, and that took the game away from us.
I was saying that yesterday. He's only 23 and probably knows at this stage that he could play for another 20 years, and that's the best day he's ever going to have in cricket, probably.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's got and that's something you have to manage as well, isn't it? At such an early age to know you've hit that day. Can you ever repeat that? Well, the chances are you can't. So then, how you manage it? And so much of this is a mental game, isn't it?
It is very much, and you saw yesterday how much it was his day. Everything we played at yesterday we nicked. Today he's gone past the bat on a fairly regular basis, hasn't picked a wicket up, and the lad at the other end has picked 3 for up and probably hasn't bowled as well as he did.
Yeah.
And that's the nature of this game, and you have to deal with that.
And I was listening to somebody, and they were saying, I suppose this is the thing with it's easy to forget how young these players are, isn't it? Is that you have probably more bad days or bad moments in cricket than you do good moments.
Yeah.
So you've got to thrive off the good ones, and not, as you were saying about Joe Leach, not get 2 up or 2 down. So got a wicket there. He's just brought one down the leg side. Has Josh Tongue. The attempted pull from Bracey. He's got a feather onto it and through to Ben Cox, and that's just the breakthrough they're looking for.
Yeah, that's got to help that, because we've now got a new batter at the other end. That's got to slow things down a little bit. So you just never know. With a new batter coming in, we might pick another couple of wickets up, and all of a sudden the game takes another transformation.
Just you touched on the gets a good round of applause as he goes off there. Bracey's out for 51 from 79 deliveries, 142 for 2 to add 74 to that, so they're up around the 220 mark. 220 run lead at this stage, and I won't keep you too much longer, but just going back to that Worcestershire first innings, it's a very long batting. You look at every player in the side. Josh Tongue coming in at 9, and Gibbon can bat, Pennington can bat. So it must be really disappointing to have that first innings deficit here, and as well as probably Price bowled. One or two of them probably a little bit disappointed with their dismissals.
Yeah, again, you're absolutely spot on. The hat-trick changed things dramatically, and if you look at the hat-trick, the young man's bowled 3 deliveries in the right channel. He's got the ball just to nip away a touch. Azza's pitched on, bounced a little bit, took the shoulder of the bat, and was, for me, a totally legitimate dismissal. But I think Jack Haynes and Brett will look back at theirs and think, I could have left that. I didn't have to play at it, and they've probably nicked one deliveries that were forced on pitch that when they were in, they would probably have left. It's the legacy of being in first ball and just wanted to get back on ball.
Just 2 final things to ask you. First one would be difficult given your position in the club, but how good do you think Jack Haynes can be?
Jack Haynes could play for England, as far as I'm concerned. I think that's how good he is. He's very talented. What I like more than anything else about him is not just the fact that his ability levels are very high. He's got a fantastic work ethic. He practices every second he's got. He wants to get better. He talks to people in the dressing room. He talks to other batters. Azza has been absolutely brilliant for him, because he's been able to learn from Azza batting at the other end to Azza, and he talks to him all the while, and the world could be his oyster really. I will be very, very surprised if Jack Haynes does not play for him on Monday. And
final thing, because you touched on it there, just going to this rapid delivery from Tongue there, dropped short, and Hammond, the new batter, was thinking about hooking that, but pulled out of it. Azhar Ali, it's always a bit of a risk when you sign an overseas player. You never know how they're going to settle in, what is the work ethic, and I know you look into all that type of thing before you sign them, but until they arrive you never know. But Azhar has been a bit of a diamond for you.
Yeah, absolutely. We did do our homework before we spoke to him, before we signed him. We spoke to the Somerset coaching staff, and they said to us, look, the simple fact of the matter is, there isn't a nicer man in the world than Azhar Ali. He's just a lovely guy. He'll do anything for you. He's a flaming good cricketer, but above all else, he's a flaming good bloke, and that's exactly how he's proved. And he's fitted in to our dressing room just like a finger into a glove, really. The lads love him.
You mentioned fingers. As a commentator, he's just full value all the time, because I've never seen anyone get hit when he's fielding, hit on the knee or hit on the finger. He's just one of those. Here he comes now, but luckily the ball's going to beat him to it. He's wholehearted out there, but that ball goes for 4. But just one of those that if there's going to be a bad bounce in the outfield, it's going to go to Raza, wrap him on the fingers or the knee or something. But you get full value. He's full entertainment, isn't he?
He is absolutely right, and he's where he's really funny is the histrionics after, because it's tough for him. He's come back from 30 odd degrees in Pakistan. He gets here, it's freezing cold, and you know what it's like. If you get it on the knee or you get it on the fingers in cold weather, it's an absolute nightmare, and it's obviously worse for him than it is for anybody else.
And my favourite moment out of everything last season was when he'd got that big score down here, and he was out. Just another bouncer from Tongue. Most players, yeah, they might have scored 250. They're always still annoyed when they go off and stomp up the stairs into the pavilion. But that moment where the kids were stood over there on the school holidays, and he went over and high-fived them, I think that for me that sums up as a rally. That's what you want from your overseas player. Great for those on the pitch, someone to look up to, but someone that can interact with the fans and bring, literally, if you're looking for somebody to bring everything together, that was the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a lovely, lovely man. As I said before, the Somerset coaching staff had said to us, you won't find anybody nice anywhere in the world. And he's, that's a very good way of highlighting it that you've just said there.
Paul, thanks very much. It's cold in this box. I don't want to keep you any. I've got 2 coats on. I see you haven't got one at all, so I won't keep you any longer. But thanks for your input. That's been brilliant.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks to Paul Pridgeon there for some insights into everything Worcestershire, which I hope you found, I'm sure you found of interest. And out there, he leaves at an opportune moment, because as he leaves, so the players leave the field. Bad light has been called, and not surprised, we saw that weather coming over from the west, and I have a fear as we approach 5 o'clock that unless things improve rapidly, that might be the final bit of action we see today. That's purely unofficial, just my view and knowing how things have been here in the last couple of days. But it's a real shame that, Ed, because they put the foot down, gone from 105 for 1 at tea, from 35 overs onto 146 for 2 after 43, and exactly as we thought it would go, put the foot down, and things were boiling up nicely.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what can you do? Nothing. It's just not been Gloucestershire's year with the weather so far. They had by far the worst of it in round 1, then of course the total abandonment in round 2, and now just as they're looking to push home their advantage, along comes the bad light here, and potentially some more rain to come overnight, and maybe some more tomorrow as well. But what more can they do? I don't think they could have done really anything more than they've done in this innings. They had to see off the early period, and once they'd done that, they put their foot down. But unfortunately, the lights got too bad, and any time the umpires confer for that second time, you kind of fear for the worst as far as what the decision's going to be. So in the end, the umpire's taking them off, and it is dark out there.
It is. We'll be leaving in a moment or two, but I'll just give you a recap of where Gloucestershire are in this second innings. Chris Dent not out 58 from 121 balls with 8 fours and a 6. The 2 men out, Marcus Harris for 26, Cox bowled Tongue, made from 56 deliveries with 3 boundaries. He went with the score on 51. Then James Bracey, a good 50 from him, and looking to get on with things, went for 1 pull too many, was caught behind a feather edge of Josh Tongue, the very impressive Tongue. So 51 made from 78 balls with 8 fours. Miles Hammond has come in. He's on 4. 1 boundary scored from him. Chris Denton's 58 not out. Josh Tongue, very impressive in this second innings. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 24. The other bowler at the moment is Dylan Pennington, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16. So, well, if the players do come out again, we'll be back with you. But I have to say it's looking pretty doubtful at the moment. So we'll leave you here from Ed Seaborn and myself, Chris Williams, will leave you with a score that at the moment Gloucestershire are 146 for 2 and the overall lead is 220. As soon as there's any play, we'll be back with you if it's tonight. Otherwise, we'll be back with you tomorrow morning just before 11 o'clock. But hopefully we'll get some more play here tonight. If there is, we'll be back with you.
action. Let's head to New Road, get a quick update on the cricket. Worcestershire against Gloucestershire. Some way to go into the day's play, I think. Chris Williams.
Well, it was boarding up quite nicely, but the players are off for bad lights at the moment, and looking around, it's I doubt very much that they'll be back. Although that said, they may be expecting some better weather because the umpires haven't gone off. They went off about 10 minutes ago, the players, but Worcestershire had made a second breakthrough, and they needed to because Gloucestershire were really putting the foot down after tea, helped by some bit of indisciplined bowling from just trying to think who it was. It was Gibbon who went for 12 in 1 over, some loose deliveries. But as they were looking to accelerate, so they lost James Bracey. He'd gone to 50, 51 he made in the end. Got a little feather to a ball from Josh Tongue that was caught comfortably by Ben Cox behind the stumps. So the 2 wickets have gone down in similar fashion. Court Cox bowled Tongue, Harris for 25 and Bracey for 51. Chris Dent is 58 not out. Miles Hammond, the new batter, he's on 4. 220 the lead, and you thought the way they were accelerating, they were probably looking to get around 320 and get Worcestershire in before the end of the day. But they're off at the moment with off for bad light. Very little sign they'll get on in the immediate future, and with some wet weather predicted overnight, then it's difficult to see how a result is likely to come in this game. At the moment, players off for bad light. The lead 220 with Gloucestershire 142 for 6. Oh, sorry, 146 for 2. Well, surprise, surprise, we're back here at New Road far quicker than I'd anticipated. It's still looking very grey around the ground. It's probably a little bit brighter overhead than it is away to our west. to the west. But surprisingly, and credit to the umpires, they didn't go off at all in that little break in play that we had. They stayed out there, and as soon as it brightened up a bit, they called the players out, and the Gloucestershire batters are ahead of the Worcestershire fielders. They're shows that they're keen to get on with things and try and set something up here to set Worcestershire a target. So they'll resume on 146 for 2, with Dent on 58 and Hammond on 4. And it shows how much I know about the local weather here at New Road, because I'm amazed that we're playing again. That things brightened up, but that it is brighter than they went off, because I was surprised when they went off. There was hadn't seen the umpires get together or look at each other before that. And suddenly when they went off, it must have improved, otherwise they wouldn't be out there, but I don't think it's improved that much.
No, there doesn't seem to be any kind of visible break in the weather at all. Yeah, here we are. I don't know for how long, but this is bonus time as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. So Pennington will resume things. 5 overs for 16 so far, and he's bowling to Dent. And Dent will leave the first ball of the resumption alone. I don't think that was a million miles from off stump. Cox has gone diving away to his right to take, so must have come back in a bit. And he's taken that way down the leg side in the end, but a lively old start then to the resumption. Dent 58 not out, having just, along with Bracey, started to put his foot down a bit before that rain break. Oh, pardon me, the bad light break, as Pennington is in and bowls a full delivery. Dent jams down at the last minute on top of it. Looked like he was quite late on that, but managed to get bat on it. And Miles Hammond had only faced 5 deliveries before the break, pulling one of those away for 4, but effectively, at least from his point of view, he'd barely started his innings, so he's effectively starting from square one anyway, whereas Dent potentially might be a little bit more affected by that slight break. Pennington charges in and bowls, dabbed into the onside by Dent, out towards backward square. No fielder in the immediate vicinity. 3 just about converge on it, and Dent gets a single. 59 to him now. 147 for 2. So the lead for Gloucestershire at 221. Which Miles Hammond are we going to see? We're going to see the Miles Hammond that likes to score about 30 or 15 balls in the T20, or are we going to get more Championship Hammond? Scored a 50 in the second innings at Glamorgan, facing up to Pennington and playing the ball very softly, almost too softly, as it was threatening briefly to head towards his off stump. Yeah, when we were talking about potentially 5 and over that Gloucestershire might look to score at, I think we've probably lost a couple of overs there for that little break. Down to 25 overs left in the day after this. So yeah, how many? I think we've lost 4 overs.
Yeah.
For that break. Pennington round the wicket to Hammond, who drives pleasantly into the covers. It won't be 4, but they should be able to come back for a couple of runs. There's a sweeper out on the offside, as Ali, the fielder, but he was more of a deep point than a deep cover. So Hammond gets 2. He's on to 6. Gloucestershire 149 for 2.
Yeah, we'd lose 2 overs between innings as well, so that would, if they were thinking of declaring tonight, that takes down to 24 overs. if they wanted to have 5 overs, down to 19, so really, it's looking less and less likely now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Paddington, last ball of the over to Hammond, who squares up and defends to mid-on, fielded there, and there's no run. So the lead remains 223, and we were discussing this off air really. I'm just afraid really with the overnight rain, and I've been wrong about an awful lot of things as usual, and especially about the weather, but if we do get this overnight rain that's forecast, it's tricky to see it being any better than this morning where we started late at 12 o'clock, and the forecast in general for tomorrow is for it to get potentially a little wetter as at least the hours of play go on. So I just don't think you can really bank on there being that many overs to bowl a side out.
Tongue starts a new over, turn backward a square on the leg side for a single, and the score moves on to 150 for 2, so the 150 coming up from 44.1. The last 50 has come in 9 overs. Just a bit of news from the IPL. Sam Curran hit 55 from 29 balls for the Punjab Kings, 5 4s and 4 6s as they made 214 for 8 against the Mumbai Indians. It's Hammond there just looking to pull, and in a very similar way to how Bracey got out. Bracey got a little feather to it, but Hammond just didn't connect there.
It's been 2 shorter balls which have got the wickets, one uppercut, one pull shot nicked through to the keeper. Speaking of the IPL, there's one story in particular which Gloucestershire fans may potentially be watching, because the word has been at times that Glenn Phillips may come over and play for Gloucestershire if he doesn't get a lot of cricket in the IPL.
Next delivery is driven straight to the fielder though at wide mid-off. D'Oliveira, no run.
And so far, I think his team have played in 5 matches, might be 4, but either way he's only played the 1 match so far. I think it might even be 5 now, and it's tricky for him to force his way into that side because Markram is their captain. There'll be 1 overseas slot for a pace bowler. Clarson's keeping wickets, so that's 3 slots gone already.
Sorry, I was miles away there. I was looking at something else. Next delivery from Tong went allowed to go through to wicketkeeper Cox. Sorry about that. I just drifted well away. Not that you won't. No, you won't bore me. Don't worry.
I don't blame you for a start, but then also I think we've ended up swapping ends from before, so I thought maybe it was that. Anyway, so he's only played in 1 game, and obviously it's tricky to wish that somebody doesn't play.
Next delivery is played by Hammond into the offside to D'Oliveira, and there's no run.
So obviously you don't wish that for Glenn Phillips personally, because he's a really nice chap, but if it did mean that Gloucestershire did get him after all for the blast, which I kind of understood that's the only circumstance in which he would come, then obviously that would be a bit of a silver lining to that fact for Gloucestershire fans, because he is just a fantastic player to watch.
In comes Tongue again, and just glanced away for 4 runs, just strained down the leg side, Josh Tongue there, and got what it deserved, just the faintest of tickles, and very fine of the wicket and down to the boundary for 4. So Hammond moves on to 14. The score's 158 for 2.
Yeah, so we'll see how that plays out. Harry Brook is the other kind of, so far, has been fixed in the 4th overseas slot for Sunrisers, but still quite a long way to go. I mean, the IPL's still got, I think, another month, pretty much. Kind of finishes around about the time that the blast is starting. Pennington bowls down the leg side to Dent, and looking to try and do what Hammond did to finish off that last over, but could not get bat on it. So, yeah, that really one of the reasons to watch IPL scores. Looking at the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, there's a big story which is broken in that today, which is that the Sunrisers have won their first game. This is what we are now. Started in 2020, fourth season of the competition. Pennington bowls to Dent, worked into the leg side to mid-wicket for no run. Fourth season, and the Sunrisers have won their first game of the competition, which is quite something. And not only that, but they've also done it against two-time winners and a side that have made the final in every season, Southern Vipers, Charlotte Edwards' side. So that's quite something to see, and not just one, they've won by 126 runs. Western Storm look as though they're going to go down to defending champions Northern Diamonds. Pennington bowling to Dent, looking to drive, is shanked it into the leg side, and it is just about fielded there at forward square leg. It looked as though, is that D'Oliveira? Yeah, mid-wicket there. It looked as if he was trying to tempt Dent and Hammond into coming through for a quick single. It was almost running sidelong with the ball and hoping they might do something silly, but they didn't. And it has been a bit of a struggle for Dent out there. He's played a few typical Chris Dent shots, but he's found it tough out there. Pennington is in and bowls, and Dent once more playing with an angled bat into the leg side. D'Oliveira tries the keepy uppies. Can't say it worked especially well, but there we go. Got to try, I suppose, haven't you?
Yeah, still no one better than Phil Newport, going back a fair few years now, but Phil Newport was always the best at that, flicking on the outside and then do a few keepy uppies up into the hand.
Yeah, well, I always mention Tim Murter when that happens. Do it every single ball. Pennington bowls short and wide. It's been cut away backward a square by Dent. They'll try and come through for a second run. Dent wants it. The throw comes in, and had that been a direct hit from the outfield, Dent may have been in a bit of difficulty, but only that, I think, would have got him. Dent gets 2, and he's on to 62, 156 for 4. So, 156 for 2, dear me.
Hopefully it's easier to see for the players out there than it is for us here, because it's difficult to track the ball when it's going out to the boundary at the moment.
The reason I said 4 was because I didn't quite realise that Dent's score hadn't moved on already. Pennington bowls to Dent, who has a delivery on off stump, which his bat face kind of shuts a bit on, and he plays it up the pitch. So, tight over from Pennington, still not actually going at this kind of full-on T20 mode at the moment. It's been, what is it now, 8 runs in the 3 overs since the resumption, so they haven't really put the foot down to suggest that they're kind of worried about, I suppose, the time being taken out of the game later on. I wonder whether they're almost thinking, well, we're going to have so much time taken out of this game anyway that it's going to be more about what run rate do we want to set Worcestershire rather than how many runs.
Josh Tongue starts new over, driven by Hammond into the offside, wide mid-off, where D'Oliveira fields and there's no run. Yeah, you're probably right there. But there's nothing there's nothing that we've seen in the pitch so far today that indicates it's going to dramatically deteriorate tomorrow. But as we saw in the Worcestershire first innings, an inspired spell can turn it all around.
Well, I think there is enough in the pitch at all times that the bowlers are interested. Worcestershire have passed the bat a lot.
As is the case there, a ball from Tongue that went past the outside edge of Hammond, but just didn't get the little feather that Worcestershire would be looking for.
And yeah, we've seen an awful lot of that. So I don't think it's the kind of pitch where you should be kind of thinking, well, fourth innings chase, especially these days, sides like to chase on a final day, where you should be really concerned about the run rate being too low.
Tongue in again, and thought about pulling there, but just too much height on the short delivery from Tongue, and Hammond pulled out of it. Of course, the other thing, if you are setting a target, is that the outfield is so slow. So, yeah, the thought of the ball flying around to the boundary, unless it's in the air, it's not going to happen.
No, exactly. And with another load of rain tonight, it's going to be very slow tomorrow too.
Hammond, left-handed, waits for Tongue and drives nicely this time between mid-off and extra cover. It's Leach beating D'Oliveira to the ball, and they're through for two more. 158 for two. Difficult with the scoreboard, knowing if it's beaten you or you've beaten it, because it beat me in the last over. I added 4 to the total and it already got there. But 2 minutes later, and it can take 3 balls to catch up.
Yeah, well, it's already done me as well.
That's moved Hammond on to 12 from 17 deliveries. 7 extras in the innings so far. As Tongue round the wickets. Oh, might have been a little edge on that. Was the diving Cox got a hand to it but couldn't hold on to it. I'm not sure if that was an edge or not. No hands on heads, which is normally the gives you an might have done. Did he get an edge?
I don't think so. I think it has. He's played an on drive to it, and it's missed leg stump.
He got an edge. It was an inside edge, wasn't it? Yeah, it's very, very close, but good delivery.
Sorry, between leg stump and his pad is what I meant to say.
Still there though, Hammond on 12. Last ball of Tongue's 12th over. And the thick outside edge here. It's dropping short of Hayes, I think that is. No, it's not. It's Gibbon down there at a wide third man. Was played in the air, but never going to go to hand there, and they're through for a couple. In fact, it was 1 off the last ball of the over. 159 for 2. Hammond on to 13, Dent on 62.
Yeah, Hammond rather ball watched there, because there probably ought to have been 2, but I think he was seriously concerned about the fact that he was going to be caught and just kind of stood there watching it for a bit.
That's why I was surprised. I've had to look up and see actually, and surprised to see that he was at the bowler's end. But end of the over, 159 for 2.
It's still raining at Cardiff. Glamorgan 153 for 5. That's the rain that is coming here. It's just a question of when. Pennington round the wicket, bowls to Hammond, defends up the pitch, and for the seemingly umpteenth time, Pennington fields off his own bowling. He's done that several times since the resumption. It's also off a bad light at Taunton, where that game looks probably as if it's petering out into a draw. Flatness of the surface seems to be defeating everybody there. Testament to the quality of James Anderson that he was able to take 5 for 76 on it, because nobody else seems to have really been able to do anything. In comes Pennington, steams in and bowls. That's driven squirtily by Hammond down towards backward point. He'll get 2 runs for this. It wasn't particularly close to anyone. It just, there's another shot which skewed away off the outer part of the bat. Hammond to 15, Gloucestershire 161 for 2. The excitement seems to be especially at Hove, where Yorkshire are 54 for 3, or 59 for 3, actually now I've opened the scorecard, but 59 for 3, needing 142 to win. Lythe and Hope, the 2 not out batters. Pennington to Hammond, flicked away in that characteristic Hammond fashion with that strong bottom hand, but D'Oliveira stops it at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Bean out for 3, Shaquille out for 6. It's not been the Yorkshire debut that Sarah Shaquille was after. He's out for 3 in the first innings and 6 in the second. And David Milan out for 2. So 3 huge wickets already for Sussex. Would be some coup if they could beat Yorkshire. Yorkshire with this penalty point deduction hanging over them as well. Hammond drives in rather ugly fashion off this delivery from Pennington up to mid-on, no run.
Worcestershire against Gloucestershire, day 3 of the LV Championship match there. Here is Chris Williams.
And we're playing again here, surprisingly, at New Road. The lights improved a little bit. There's enough of the umpires to call the players back out. Still very grey overhead, but they are playing, and Gloucestershire are starting to push on again as they look to get a total that they could declare either by the end of play, or more likely now it'll be in the morning, having lost those few overs to bad light. Leading by 235 on 161 for 2. Hammond is on 15, Dent on 62. Dent has had his moments of luck in this innings, but as he goes on longer, so the edges that we saw early in the innings, they've disappeared, and he's looking far more comfortable now. Josh Tongue, the pick of the bowlers so far, 2 for 32 from his 12 overs. Pennington is in his 8th over and yet to take a wicket for 23. The 2 men out, Harris for 26 and Bracey for 51. Both caught behind off Tongue by Ben Cox. But they're looking to put the foot down at the moment, and with bad weather forecast for part of tomorrow, they really need to get ahead here and be looking towards 300 by the close, a lead of 300 by the close of play. At the moment, they're 161 for 2. That's an overall lead of 235.
And Hammond with a leave and a prod forward to end the over, so no further runs off that one, and Pennington continues to be quite miserly at this New Road end of the ground. So 21 overs theoretically remaining, but at the moment there's not really any sign that Gloucestershire are going into T20 mode. Far from it. They still seem to be, for the most part, treating each ball on its merits.
Somewhat something. Oh, I was just going to say something of a surprise at Wembley when the FA Cup semi-final was 0-0 after 42 minutes, but Manchester City have now taken the lead against Sheffield United. Josh Chong starts new over round the wicket. Nice little guide down to third man by Dent for a single, given the fielder down there. Mahrez with a penalty on 43 minutes has given Manchester City the lead there. I have to say, it doesn't look as if rain is too far away. It's just got that look about it at the moment. You see a couple of players looking to the sky.
You had a look at the radar, and places kind of level on the front with Worcester. It does seem to be raining, just not here.
Tong, next delivery, driven onto the leg side defensively to Wait, and
idea
there's no
where
run.
Chris Dent was going. I'm not sure whether it was Hammond who nearly sold Dent down the river there, or whether it was Dent just going through a wander. They're just sorting it out between themselves now. The ball was just pushed straight to mid-on, and for some reason Dent ended up several steps down the pitch.
Telltale signs, or the advertising boards, advertising signs on the scoreboard as, ooh, where's that gone? In the air and caught, is it? He has. I think that was light. I'm convinced that he lost that one, did Hammond. It was dropped short. He shaped to get into position for the pulled out of it, and instead of the bat hitting the ball hit the bat, spooned up, and a simple catch was taken. The umpires are getting together here, but I'm sure he's been done by the light there. The wicket's gone down. Another one for Josh Tongue, and it's 162 for 3.
Well, this is, I guess, where it becomes very tricky for the umpires, because if they take the reading now and it says that it's actually brighter than when they went off before, then they'll have to stay on. But I don't know, we've seen some shorter balls really hurry up batters early on in the piece. We saw Graham Van Buren out top edging a pull shot, and I think earlier on I was kind of halfway through saying that Van Buren is a very good player with the short ball, and so to see him get out on it was a bit of a surprise. But that one's just really rushed Hammond. He's in two minds about whether to play a pull shot. He's kind of realised that it's outside the off stump, so he's got to maybe cut it rather than pull it, and he's ended up just putting the bat there and spooning the easiest catch you'll ever see up to mid-on. But yeah, I don't know. As I say, we've seen batters struggle with those deliveries all match, so I don't know. Gloucestershire will certainly say amongst themselves that it, or at least towards the umpires, that it was nothing to do with the light, but it certainly kind of helps, we'll put it that way, because if you're trying to face somebody with the pace and the height of Tongue, then you're going to want it to be as light as possible.
Well, he just completely pulled out of it, didn't he? And as I say, instead of the bat hitting the ball hit the bat.
So, brings the Gloucestershire captain out, Graham Van Buren, so I suppose there's no better way to control the run rate as captain than to be out there in the middle.
So a third wicket for Josh Tongue, 3 for 33 now, in his 13th over. Van Buren right-handed, and again, short ball that he thought about hooking, but just pulled out of it, allowing it to go through to Cox. But certainly the best spell that Josh Tongue has bowled this season. He's really looking like his old self, and as Paul Pridgeon was saying, it's like having, because he's been out injured for the best part of 2 years, it's like having a new signing.
Yeah, he's looking every bit the bowler who England have got their eye on in this innings.
And again, and Van Buren goes back, plays defensively, and there's no run. But again, Van Buren there seemed to be rushed a little bit and was certainly stepping away from it.
Yeah, he does have this individual technique, Van Buren, where he does jump at the ball, and he'll do that even when he's scoring runs. So sometimes he can be a bit misleading, but I think we've seen everybody else get hurried up by Tongue, so there's no reason to suggest that Van Buren will be any different.
He's on strike. Got a gully in for him now, and he leaves this next delivery outside the off stump. Jack Haynes had come across and was fielding it in the gully. let it go through to Cox, and there's no run. End of the over. 20 remaining in the day. If we manage to see it all the way through, and after 49 overs, 162 for 3. Dent on 63. Van Buren yet to score from his 3 deliveries. The men out, all to Josh Tongue. Harris for 26, Bracey for 51, and Hammond for 15.
The game has not moved on at all since we resumed. So, Gloucestershire have added a few more runs, but not many, not enough that would make any kind of significant difference. And Hammond getting out, even that hasn't really moved the game on, because Gloucestershire have still got 7 wickets in hand. Pennington bowling to Dent. Dent shoulders arms, allows that to go through to Ben Cox. They are, at the moment, Gloucestershire, playing this as if they don't feel that a lead of 236 is that safe. They're playing it as if they're still concerned about losing wickets and allowing Worcestershire a target of around 250, 260 to chase. But you'd have to collapse monumentally even for that to happen, and I just don't think that a chase of 260 would be... I know it's easy to say from the box, where you're not the ones that have to take the risk. Pennington is in and bowls to Dent. Dent drops that one down into the covers, fielded by Libby, and there's no run. It's much easier when you're not part of it, and you're not the ones having to play the whole season out, to say we've got to pull the trigger. But equally, I've been sitting here and watching all the cricket on this pitch, and I still don't think the pitch has really changed that much, in that it's offering a bit.
Yeah.
And if on a final day, a chase of 260, 270 on this pitch, even if that's all they got, I think would be tricky. Pennington bowls to Dent, who pulls away out towards long leg. There's a dive on the boundary, and it's a really good one to keep that ball in. Did not think that was going to be a successful chase, because he hit that ball hard. Did Chris Dent, kept it down, just couldn't quite find the gap between fine leg and backward square. Gets 2, moves to 65, and the lead up to 238.
Well, Paul Pridgeon was agreeing with what we were saying, which is it's down to Gloucestershire, and it's how badly they want to win. Are they going to get after it in this session? There were certainly those signs, but the wickets, 2 wickets have gone down, have certainly slowed them down a bit, and I don't think it's easy in this light.
Pennington bowls to Dent full, and forward goes Dent, playing a robust looking defence towards mid-on. But Oliveira's keeping himself amused with a jog round the infield. But yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Dent is the man you would, given the situation at the moment, you'd expect to be getting on with it. He's been there from the start.
Yeah, and he's got that game. He, for a long time, he wasn't part of Gloucestershire's T20 plans, but now he very much is. And he almost had a kind of a reinvention of himself as a T20 player during the 2020 season, as Dent edges that one, but it's gone down in front of the gully come 4th slip or so, and well stopped there.
I think he tried to take the bat away there, and it came onto him perhaps a little bit quicker than he was anticipating. Or it could be that he's just not seeing it, and it's definitely darker away to the right as we look at it.
But yeah, anyway, so Dent does have that in his game. There's no doubt about that. In comes Pennington round the wicket. He's there now and bowls. And Dent shoulders arms, goes through to Ben Cox. That is the end of another tight over from Pennington, with just a couple of runs off it. And again, even that couple, it was a short ball that Dent could get on top of. It wasn't anything kind of extravagant or anything that you would have seen Dent really do at any other time. 164 for 350 overs have been bowled in this Gloucestershire innings. So they have got the run rate up a bit to 3.3 from what it was a little while ago, around about 2.7, but there's certainly been no concerted effort to accelerate since James Bracey was at the crease.
So Josh Tongue to continue this impressive spell. Start his 14th over down the leg side, and Van Buren was attempting the pull there, but I think it was too wide for him to get anything onto that, and the tumbling Cox made a good stop behind the stumps. But Pollock at first slip, Haynes is in the gully, the third man Pennington, D'Oliveira is at backward point, Azhar Ali mid off, got a mid on, leg gully as well, and long leg and a deep mid wicket for the right-handed Van Buren, whose next delivery just pushed to D'Oliveira in the offside, and there's no run.
This is where somebody in club cricket who's fielding out at deep forward square at the moment, just for no reason at all, just goes on a random wander behind square, and then it's a no ball for 3 behind square on the leg side. There are certain fielders who are bound to do that.
It's Joe Leach down there on the boundary. His next delivery driven defensively up to mid on, and there's no run.
Just as you're tearing your hair out as a captain.
Van Buren, the Gloucestershire captain, wearing 12. Can't see Dent's number because he's wearing a traditional sleeveless sweater.
It would be 15. Yeah.
Got the old cable knit on there. As Tongue bowls, and a good half stop by Libby at about the third attempt. So he stopped it first of all, and then he was like Bambi on ice and trying to recover the ball, slipped over a couple of times, but Dent wasn't interested in coming through for a single there, so no run.
Yeah, I thought I heard a call of yes at one point there. I'm not sure who it was, but I'm sure somebody said yes, and again they just had a bit of a chat amongst themselves.
The tall, slim Tongue bowls outside the off stump, and Van Buren had a go at that one, but it didn't get up, I think, as he was expecting. Kept a little bit low, that one, which is probably the first that we've seen in this innings not get up.
Yeah, for some reason, something about Dale seems to have got the ball to stay down where other bowlers haven't managed to get it to do that. We've seen the odd one leap up, but only Dale seems to have managed to get that really dangerous, skiddy, low delivery, which got a couple of his LBWs.
Van Buren, next delivery, drives nicely for 4. That should go all the way. It's been chased by Azhar Ali, but he won't pull that one back despite his best efforts. Just beats him to the rope. So a lovely looking shot that from Van Buren. Just over pitch, drove through the ball, and in the V, he gets up and running. He's on to 4. Dent is on 65. He'll have strike at the start of the new over. 168 for 3. Tongue now 14 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 37. And well, he's had a fair old spell. Might be time for a little blow for him.
Yeah, it's been a tremendous 14 overs from Josh Tongue. Very few bad deliveries in there, and he's good for his 3 wickets. He's got the reward where it has to be said some of the Worcestershire bowlers haven't really got what they necessarily deserve for the way that they bowled, I feel. Pennington round the wicket to Dent. That's a little short and a little wide, but they've got that fielder out at deep backward point to cut off Dent's favourite cut. And so it's just a single 169 for 3, Dent 66 from 139 deliveries. Is starting to look rather more ugly again over to the right where the rain seems to be coming from. It's just got that kind of nasty deep shade of blue, which
foreboding.
Yeah, it really tends to make you feel there could be a really large dump of rain. In fact, I think as you look over towards the cathedral, I think it probably is actually raining in that direction. In comes Pennington. He's got a right-hander to bowl to for a change as he bowls to Van Buren. Van Buren's up onto his toes to defend the ball back down into the surface, and yet again Pennington is the one who's got to do the fielding. He's barely needed fielders actually for seemingly about half the deliveries he sent down since we went back out there. It does look to me as if it's getting darker again out there. I don't know that it will be that long before there's at least a check on the light, even if it's a case of stay out there. I think the meter might be produced fairly soon. Pennington to Van Buren, who drives pleasantly wide of mid-off. Nice looking shot. Whether it's going to quite have the legs with the slow outfield, I'm not sure. It's going to hold up just millimetres inside the rope. And they were running hard and were alert to the possibility that it might do that. So Van Buren gets 3.
Well, it must be wet down there because I was positive that was going for 4. But if they keep playing shots like Van Buren's last couple of drives, then there's no need to come in, is there? He's connected nicely with the one from Tongue and then that drive there from Pennington.
He likes to do that early on in his innings, Van Buren. As Pennington bowls around the wicket to Dent, who opens the face, tries to find the gap between cover and gully for a single, but gully gets across and there's no run. He really does like to feel a couple of straight drives out of the middle of his bat to start with, and then he'll score. Often Van Buren's innings follow this pattern, obviously not always, but it seems to like to get to kind of 15 or 20 quite quickly, and then he'll kind of feel more established and dial it back. Whereas a lot of people, it's the opposite. You face kind of 20 to 25 balls, then you feel you might expand your repertoire of shots as Pennington bowls to Dent, and he goes for a cover drive and does not get anything on it, rehearses a leave, but yeah, it's not been classic fluent Chris Dent this innings. He's really had to fight his way through the majority of it. Certainly very different to the 78 in the second innings against Glamorgan, where really both him and Harris, even though they were facing a deficit of over 220 in that innings, both Dent and Harris came out like they were under no pressure at all. Pennington is in and bowls full and straight and played up the surface yet again for Pennington to field. End of the over, 4 from that one. Gloucestershire's lead is 246. Umpires Blackwell and Watts are having a look at each other. I think they're at least going to take a reading, surely.
Joe Leach is replacing Josh Tongue if we get that far, but they are getting twitchy. Ian Blackwell's having a little wander down the pitch, and now so is his Oppo. They've got the light meter out. It's definitely darker now. I can't see they'll continue with this.
No, this is noticeably darker than it was even 5 minutes ago. Yeah,
they are coming off. Not surprising at all there. That well, I'm not going to make any predictions because I was completely wrong last time.
I'm done with that.
but the net result is 172 for 3. That's a lead of 246, so we'll lose overs here. There's 17 remaining in the day, but it's difficult to see looking across to the right that it's going to improve in the next 15 minutes, but the umpire stayed out last time, and it's just a matter of whether we get any rain in the next few minutes. But fair play, credit to the umpires. Last time we had the break, that more often than not they'll come off, but they stayed out there and look pretty desperate to get play going again.
Yeah, and I think that's all you ask really, is as cricket fans, just the kind of willingness to play. And I don't think anyone really could have argued with them deciding to go off for bad light when they did. I think they gave it a really good go, and in another circumstance, whether, I mean, you'd have to talk to Miles Hammond to know, but Miles Hammond in another circumstance might have been making some gestures that he potentially didn't pick up the ball as quickly as he should have been able to, but not in this circumstance. And I think Messrs Blackwell and Watts have tried to let them stay out there as long as they can. But
the difference this time is the covers have been brought on, which they weren't last time.
This is a sign, I think, maybe that we might be in a bit more permanent difficulty.
Well, if there is any more play, we'll be back with you. As I say, not making any predictions at this stage, other than say the covers are coming on, and it is very dark here at